Is this Friday? Oh, I just don't doing anything today. Ah! Oops. Blow into the mic? Why should I blow into the mic? Oh look, it's a desk sun. Let's wait to do the Zelda video until Addie gets here.
Okay.
You did? You already did, but people seem to like it. Wait, what? Just blow into the mic? What? Yeah, I didn't feel like doing anything today, guys, so we're gonna watch food videos. Euland isn't awake. Full is... I don't know what Full's doing. Addie is playing Final Fantasy. He'll be here soon. Sen is desktop.
Yeah.
Suspiciously desktop.
I might as well be productive while I in desktop mode. Watching this with stay.
On a Wednesday? Yes, on a Wednesday.
I wish I could tilt my head and other things. Close enough.
How are the rest of you doing?
Where did we leave?
Be in your life.
Nobody loves you like I do. Nobody feels the way I do.
Been alright. Nicholson. Yeah. I'm tired. I did nothing all day. I'm tired. I'm coming. Do I want to make a turducken? Why would I want to make a turducken? So, was it a turkey with a duck inside of it with a chicken inside of it or something? I don't fucking... It's fucking weird.
Oh, shit, I'm going by the name.
Huh?
Should have known just by going.
But is it? It's weird. Why do you need to use 3 different kinds of meat for something like that? Seems like it's just a novelty. What do you want to make a turducken, Global?
Said I look like
What?
Entirely. When I was away on my trip, wasn't Patty also in Desktop mode? We was doing food video night.
I don't remember. What did you say?
Wasn't Eddie also in Desktop mode when we was doing a food video night when I was away?
I don't remember.
Oh,
Well, I'm being attacked over here, guys.
I can't help you.
Help. Help.
Can't do anything.
You're kind of quiet.
Probably because my desktop might all that well. Oh, I have it at 100. Oh, wait, I see why. It also doesn't help that I'm faced away from the microphone. Let me turn down the mic activation threshold.
Careful.
Hold my mic over here, then I can't see the screen I'm working on. Maybe if I put VRC on this window instead. That way I can face the microphone in the game. Oops. Oh, perfect timing. I'm still gonna pause. Wait, what the heck?
In speedrunning,
Where's my mouse?
In speedrunning, it's a rat.
Ah!
Hello.
That was a yell.
It's a giant rat. I'm just a small kitty.
Poor defenseless desktop kitten.
Help!
Discord
Circle
kitten?
life.
Is Cinderella a Discord kitten?
Hmm?
Nobody
It's a
knows what I'm.
desktop kitten.
Yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Probably.
No.
I don't get the reference, unfortunately.
You know, Ice. Okay. Look, it's Link.
two basic categories that can be applied to pretty much every game, any percent and 100%. The goal of the any percent category is to complete the game as fast as possible. It doesn't matter how much of the game you go through, so long as you can get to whatever is defined as the game's ending without modifying the game. The 100% category also has the goal of completing the game as fast as possible, but adds on the requirement that the runner must collect all of the things the game has to offer. What things are required depends on the game and the speedrun community that surrounds it. In addition to these two categories, there's also a third lesser run category that can be applied to most games called low percent. The goal of this category is to complete the game as fast as possible while collecting the least amount of things. So it's sort of the inverse of 100%. Now, some of you might be thinking, wait, isn't that just any percent? I mean, if you're skipping everything that it's possible to skip, then you should be playing less of the game and therefore the run should take less time, right? The answer to that is sometimes. For example, the current Ocarina of Time any percent route gets only 3 items. Kokiri Sword, Deku Shield, and Deku Nuts. That's all you need to beat the game.
I was
as
just
fast
thinking
as
about
possible.
doing it like the past
And as
minimum
far as
run.
current game knowledge
Mm.
A
goes,
few days
you
ago,
can't
actually.
beat the game with less than 3 items. So for Ocarina of Time, any percent is low percent. For now, at least. But that's not going to be the case for every game. For many games, going out of your way to get extra items will save time, as those extra items may be good for dealing with enemies quickly or for performing skips that save more time than their requirements take to obtain. In the current Breath of the Wild any percent route, runners pick up
Hi,
a bow
Divi.
as well as different types of arrows to prepare for the Blight
You wanna
fights
join
in
us?
Calamity Ganon. Obtaining arrows is not required to beat the game, but using them for these final fights drastically reduces how long it takes to get through them, compared to, say, only using swords. So for Breath of the Wild, any percent is not low percent. And this is when the idea of low percent starts to become an interesting question. For most speedrun
Okay,
categories,
no
progress
problem,
happens when
Divi.
you can beat the game faster and faster. That applies to low percent as well, but there's a second way low percent can make progress that other categories can't, which is when someone figures out a new glitch or technique that reduces how many things are necessary to reach the end of the game, even if it makes the run longer. Since the primary goal of low percent is to complete the game with the
20%.
least amount of things necessary, it's possible that a new world record in a game's low percent category will be slower than a previous one. On leaderboards, low percent runs are typically sorted first by how many things the runner obtained, and then by what the runner's time was. So, if I complete a low percent speedrun in 2 minutes using 10 items, but another runner completes a low percent speedrun in 2 hours using only 9 items, their run is better. The reason low percent isn't as prolific as the typical any percent and 100% categories can be for any number of reasons, such as the aforementioned case of low percent being
What
the
is he
same as
doing to that
100%,
guy?
even if nobody believes running low percent for a game
Push.
would be very interesting or fun. And for some games, even attempting to run low percent becomes ridiculous. This is the case for The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Legend of
To put into
Zelda,
perspective
toilet
how
paper.
weird Twilight Princess low percent is, let's first compare it time-wise to some other categories. The current any
Did you say
percent record
paper?
at the time of
Toilet
this video
paper.
is just under 3 hours,
Oh
and
my
the 100%
goodness.
record
TP,
is
as
around
everyone
6.5.
says it, yeah.
The current low percent record is 24 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Almost 4 times as long as the 100% category. Compared to the any percent category, low percent skips an additional 8 things that are usually collected in any
What's food
percent.
today? It's
whereas
mostly
skips
food
in
today,
Twilight
Global.
Princess are defined as items, collectibles, and warp portals. With its additional
Divi
22
cute,
hours,
Divi
low
is
percent
cute.
skips 3 post souls, 2 small keys, and 3 warp portals compared to any
Hey,
percent.
Corona.
That's it. But obviously the question remains, why does this take so long? The answer to that is a technique known as pickup sliding. On December 26, 2015, Twilight Princess speedrunner Zelu was playing his game and opened up the treasure chest in Snowpeak Ruins, which contains the bedroom key. And then, for whatever reason, just left the game on and went to do something else. Their game stayed on overnight, and when they came back to it the next day on December 27th, Link was inside the chest instead of being in front of it where he should be. This confusing
The real
behavior was
treasure.
shared with the community, where community member Dragonbane took a closer look at Link's idling animation and found something strange. Normally, when Link opens a chest or picks up certain
the title
items
of
as
the
a
video.
human, he'll turn around and show the player what they've picked up with a text box that describes the item and waits for the player to close it. Since the game doesn't know when the player will close the text box, Link is put into an idling animation that loops indefinitely. During every frame of this animation, Link's position changes by a tiny amount depending on how he sways. But he
Oh my
doesn't go
God.
anywhere because the animation always returns him to the same position after every loop. Or at least that's what it probably should do. What Dragonbane found was that this animation loop seems to be missing a frame right at the very end
A
of the
single
cycle,
frame.
meaning that every time Link loops through this animation, his position shifts. If the animation had just one more frame to it, Link wouldn't shift at all. On its own, a pickup slide doesn't seem like it would be such a big deal. Until we realize that during an item pickup, the game disables all of Link's collision checks except for the one to make sure he's still standing on solid ground. In other words, Link can clip through anything during this animation. It just takes a while. While Link's speed can vary wildly for each attempt at a pickup slide, the fastest he can go is roughly 0.007 units per second. For reference, Link's regular walking speed moves him at roughly 700 units per second, so a rupee slide at best is 100,000 times slower than walking. At minimum, Link will need to move 36 units of in-game distance to fully clip through a wall. So if we do the math, we find that it takes almost an hour and a half to clip through a wall, assuming Link has the highest possible speed and is traveling perpendicular to the wall. Now, as any Twilight Princess player will know, Link really likes to show off blue or yellow rupees every time he collects one. This makes it possible to perform a pickup slide with a rupee, often just referred to as a rupee slide. Since we also have the means of manipulating where certain rupees can drop, this allows us to begin a rupee slide at an optimal location right up against a wall. During attempts, runners will make a rupee appear from some nearby source and bring it over to the desired location using the Gale Boomerang or by picking it up with Link's Quick Spin attack. Since the direction and speed of a rupee slide is somewhat random, runners will actually then activate a cheat code to see Link's coordinates adjust in real time, and use those adjustments to calculate whether or not Link is moving in the correct direction. Without the code, runners would probably have to wait at least 10 minutes or so between each attempt at the slide to see if their direction and speed are good. Once the math confirms that Link is moving in the proper direction with good speed, it's time to wait.
So you 17 hours.
Rupee sliding was first tried out in the Arbiter's Grounds dungeon to skip the infamous Poe Gate. Normally, you need to obtain 4 Poe souls in the first part of the dungeon to open up the gate and proceed to the second part. The Any% speedrun manages to skip one of these Poes and still open up the gate, because the gate only checks for what it assumes will be the last 3 Poes you collect. But, with a well-positioned rupee slide, you can simply phase through the gate after a short 13 hours and skip the last 3 Poes. This slide in particular takes so long due to the Arbiter's Grounds limiting Link's speed more than other areas. So with just that skip, Low% becomes at least a 16-hour run. The 3 portals that Low% skips are the North Faron Woods, Death Mountain, and Hyrule Castletown portals. Skipping the Death Mountain and North Faron Woods portals are fairly trivial and add only a few minutes to the run, but skipping the Hyrule Castletown portal involves doing a bit of a lengthy setup to ride Epona out of bounds and enter Castletown through the east instead of west entrance during the Lanayru Twilight. Skipping this portal adds around 7 minutes to the run if done well. This leaves us with just the 2 small keys left. One of the small keys that gets skipped is in the Snowpeak Mansion, and it's just a little slower than getting the key, so it doesn't add any significant amount of time to the run if it's executed well. That leaves us with just 1 small key remaining that Low% skips. At this point, skipping the prior 7 things we listed makes the run about 17 hours long, 13 hours of which is spent staring at a blue rupee. The final small key that Low% manages to avoid is the very first one in the Faron Woods. This key unlocks the gate to North Faron Woods, but there are conveniently some Bokoblin enemies nearby that can drop blue rupees and allow for a rupee slide through. So, we should just use one of those rupees for a rupee slide and the small key is easily skipped after a few hours, right? Well, no. If we just rupee slide through the gate and continue the game, we have to come back to this area later as Wolf Link. But rupee slides don't work as Wolf Link, so we'd just be forced to go and get the small key. We need to come back to North Faron later in the game to access both the Forest Temple and the Sacred Grove for the Gale Boomerang and Master Sword items respectively. The only way we can skip the Faron Woods small key is if we can somehow get both of these items the first time we reach the area as Human Link. Unfortunately, the Forest Temple is blocked off by a pair of boulders at the beginning of the game to make sure that players can't access it early. and you're only supposed to access the Sacred Grove much later in the game after completing the Lakebed Temple. Thankfully, this problem does have a solution, but it's a very convoluted one. In Twilight Princess, it's possible to transfer a bomb bag to a new file if you've completed the Midna's Desperate Hour portion of the game on another file already. You can then use Isa in Upper Zora's
Yes, I
River
know
to
it's not a food.
duplicate
Look at
bomb
the
bags
title.
into Link's
Mostly food
inventory and
videos.
carry them onto the title
Mostly.
screen using something called the Back in Time
Nobody
glitch.
reads the
Then
titles.
you can save the file to save the
Mhm.
progress of the bomb bag right at the beginning of the game. This works fine for low percent in Twilight Princess because the category only
Zelda
counts the
is
things you
food.
collect on the file which
Oh my
finishes
goodness.
the run. So you can just start a new file, speedrun the
It's all-
game up
that's
until
what
the
the
point
game
that
is
you can
about.
duplicate the bomb bag while
I mean,
collecting
Link
whatever
could be a
items you
snack.
want, and then transfer a bomb
Yeah.
bag onto a new file and
Oh my
continue it
goodness.
from the beginning. Then, on the new file, you can
It's
perform
never
the
about
previously
saving
mentioned
the
rupee slide
princess
to
or
skip the small
defeating
key in
Ganon.
Faron
It's all
Woods,
about
blow up the boulders in
eating
front
food.
of Forest Temple to enter and obtain the Gale Boomerang.
True.
Use the Gale Boomerang combined with the long jump attack glitch to get into the Sacred Grove as Human Link, perform another 2.5-hour rupee slide to get past the first area, and
Alt-tab.
eventually make your way to the Master Sword where you will be greeted by this lovely cutscene.
Sword. Oh!
What? What's happening?
Oh, he's supposed to be a wolf!
What
Oh.
the fuck?
I see.
Once you obtain the Master Sword,
Dear
you can finally
God.
save Hollow in front of the Forest Temple, and then you can
His
leave North
neck.
Faron without needing to come back. And that is the entire convoluted process of skipping this one small key, which adds another 7 hours to the run. The total runtime is now almost 24 hours, and at least 17 of those hours are spent staring at blue rupees. Currently, only 2 runners have ever completed a low percent speedrun, Taka and Anarakis, with Anarakis holding the current world record at 24 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Addie, why are
Obviously,
you doing a
given
low
the length
percent
of the low
speedrun?
percent speedrun, combined with the enormously high cutscene to
Oh my
gameplay
God,
ratio,
then
it's
never.
not a very popular category. And the sadistic part of me
Oh my
wants
God,
to let you know
Taka,
that
my
it could be even
my
worse,
wife's-
if you want it to be.
Worse?
They complete
There's one more small key
With the
located in the
speedrun.
City in the Sky dungeon that is technically possible to skip. However, skipping this small key is way beyond just being difficult. It requires performing multiple frame and position perfect instances of a complicated technique known as clawshot actor displacement. Using this technique, it's possible to literally rearrange the level geometry of this room in City in the Sky,
the
and
heck?
use the clawshot with a bunch of precise bomb boosts to gain height and make it to the upper part of the room. No human has ever successfully performed this skip, and it's considered to be TAS only. But being able to execute this skip would lower the item count by 1 compared to the 2 runs that are on the leaderboard. This means that if someone felt inclined to perform a low percent speedrun and add this skip, it wouldn't matter if it took them a week, a month, or even a year to skip the small key. When that run finishes, it would be a world record since nobody before would have completed Twilight Princess with as few things as it did. It would also simultaneously be the longest, craziest, most difficult, and most boring speedrun of Twilight Princess ever done, which quite frankly is an impressive combination of traits for a
Those
speedrun
guys
to
just
have.
fell!
This is the current state of Twilight Princess low percent. Whether or not it'll be possible to skip more things in the future is of course unknown. We'll never truly know what the least amount of things we can beat the game with is unless the day comes where the number of things drops to 0. Until then, we make do with what we know to be possible. And in the case of Twilight Princess, where collecting the least amount of things ironically takes the most amount of time, we stare at rupees for over 17 hours. Special
Righty.
thanks to Taka and Dragonbane for helping my research with this video. I'm Gymnast86, and thank you for watching.
Oh,
There you go.
oh my god, wait. We should watch that Unraveled video where Brian David Gilbert cooks a bunch of Breath of the Wild food.
Hello there, welcome back to another episode of Arcade with Alvin. Today I'll be making the
Where'd my
gourmet
phone
meat
go?
stew from one of my personal favorite
Sen, do you
games,
think you could
probably
find the
one of
video?
yours, Breath of the Wild. I have in
By
front of me
who?
a nice big slab
It's
of raw
unraveled.
gourmet meat, the highest quality meat
Just
you can get
unraveled
in the
Breath of the
game, which is
Wild.
obtained by taking down some water buffalo, which is exactly what I did. Definitely didn't buy this
Yep,
from
that was
a
actually the
That's-
first result.
traveling merchant.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and
It's a
season
30-minute
this
video.
nice USDA prime ribeye with salt and pepper.
that was a
all over
masochist
before I
run, not a
sear
low
it.
percent.
I also have here 2 raw
I mean, it's
bird thighs
still a
and
low
chicken
percent
wings.
run.
Definitely did not get these from accidentally shooting my ancient arrows at pigeons because I wanted to see what it would do. I'm gonna go
What?
ahead and season these liberally as well, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go forage for some vegetables for the stew.
Who does that?
After an exploration and a stop by the merchants at the Dueling Peak stables, I've now returned with many ingredients. First up, 3 Indira carrots, which when consumed will increase my maximum stamina. They're actually just carrots. I'm just cutting them up into chunks. Next up, 2 large potatoes. They're just potatoes. Following that, we have 1 large onion, which after skinning and peeling, also going to chop into pretty large chunks here.
Hey, wait
Also
a
walked
minute.
through
This
the
isn't
Kala Highlands for a
Link
bit, so I found some
Zelda
Hyrule
speed
herbs, which
running.
include 2 bay leaves, 2 sprigs of thyme, and 1 to 2 sprigs of rosemary. Alright, I think it's time to go build a fire. Where did I put my fire arrows? Alright, the fire's going, so time to start cooking. Just like the game, throw in your stuff. I got 1 hardy durian in here, and I was going to toss in a couple of Tabantha wheat flour. Yep. Okay.
What is that
It's
big
not working.
round thing that
Looks
he
like I'm
threw
gonna
in that
probably have to
pot?
cook the
That's a
normal
durian. Have you
What's
not
a
seen a
durian?
durian
Hardy
before?
durian. If you're unfamiliar with this fruit,
No,
there's a
what the
spike
fuck is
outside and a
that?
very
It's
fast
disgusting,
root
is what it
stem
It's a big
is.
fruit.
cut open.
I hate
It's
it.
It's
You'll know it when you
disgusting.
smell it.
Professional corporate workplace. My mom
Some
brought it to
people
her
love
high
it.
quality lab
I
once, and
I
they had to
fucking
evacuate
despise
because
it.
they thought something was about to
I want to
explode.
eat
This
it.
durian looks a little suspicious.
I
It's
mean,
fresh,
you
I'm
could
usually
probably
used to it. It
find
should be a
some
nice big
nearby.
row, so I'm just gonna use a little bit of this.
Just
After
like an
squeezing a
Asian
couple of
market.
fruit lobes out of their durian pockets, I'm just cutting them up
Yeah.
into smaller, more manageable pieces. And
It's-
even though it
it's
hurts my
smelly,
steak-loving
right? I
heart a
love
little
smelly
bit, I'm gonna
food.
cut and chop up this beautiful
Yes.
ribeye into
Yeah.
smaller, manageable pieces for the stew,
Smelly.
'cause that's probably something Link would do in order to make this cook faster. Our fire's still going pretty hot, so I'm gonna place a pot down to cook. Ow. I'm gonna start by adding 1 stick of goat butter, along with 4 ounces of
Addie, where'd you
Tabantha
put my
wheat
phone?
flour, and stirring this with the fat trimmings from our gourmet meat until it becomes a roux that looks like the color of peanut butter.
I
Once
can't
the roux is
find it,
stirred like
Addie.
this, I'm gonna add about 80 ounces of homemade beef stock and stir pretty constantly to
To
make
your
sure that
left.
there's as little lumps as
Uh,
possible. When adding liquid to
I
a
don't-
really hot roux, it's important to stir constantly, but add a little bit of the liquid at a time. If you
No.
add too much, you're not going to allow the clumps of flour to
Damn.
bump up against each other.
I was
and break
really
down.
hoping that
So
would
add it
work.
slow, let it thicken, and then add more. Remember how I said I was going to get a nice sear on the meat before stewing it? Yeah, I forgot, so we're just going to throw that directly into the stew. But
Fuck, this isn't a
I don't
spe-
think
what-
Link's
what-
the
what
type of
is wrong
guy
with
to
you guys?
Sear meat before cooking it, because that just takes too much time. He's got a lot of shrines to clear out there. After giving the meat a little bit of time in the hot tub, I'm going to add in all the vegetables, our carrots, our potatoes, and our onions, followed by 3 garlic cloves and our Hyrule herbs. Stirring to make sure that everybody in there is having a good time, there's no fighting, and I'm going to cover this and let this cook ideally on a low simmer with a low flame, which could take about 2 hours or so, which is great, because I started a lot of side quests while I was out exploring, and I should probably clear out some of those. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Taking down that Lionel was pretty hard, so I'm glad adding this hardy durian right at the end is going to give me some extra hearts.
Ew.
I finished this stew with 8 ounces of whole milk as well for extra richness. And after about 5 to 10 minutes, just until the durian just starts to soften
I
a
really
little bit
want to
more,
know why you
stew's
don't
pretty
like
much done.
durian.
So I'm going to take this off the flame
It gets
carefully and
It
plate up,
tastes
because not only am I
awful.
hungry, I probably have no hearts right now after that Lionel battle.
Why are they
I like a lot of
eating
stuff in
it?
my stew.
'Cause
Ideally,
some
an
people
80-20
like
ratio of chunks
awful.
to stew in my stew. Carefully taking 1 whole chicken leg for myself right on top and 2 large chunks of the braised gourmet meat. This is a single player game. I am going to eat what I want. And just to finish, a little bit of finely chopped Hyrule herb, but in this case, it's parsley. And I present to
That
you
looks
our
so
version of
good.
the hearty gourmet meat stew from Breath of the Wild. And maybe it's because I'm outside, maybe it's because it's a nice day, and the fact that we cooked this for a couple of hours over an open flame, but this tastes really good. I'm not even kidding, this is seriously good. There's so much flavor from every single ingredient we put in there. The meat's tender, the vegetables are tender, the stew itself has such a nice flavor. and the durian itself is quite pleasant, custardy, soft, and slightly sweet.
Mm.
Oh, I almost forgot about these hardy truffles that I found while exploring. For some reason, you just find hardy truffles everywhere in the Breath of the Wild. Kind of wish real life was like that. Was this splurge for game accuracy worth it? Honestly, I don't taste them at all. The stew is super strong in flavor that kind of covers up the mild flavor.
You
of
have
the
to.
truffles.
You can't eat
Everything else is
truffles with
awesome.
strong
Eating a lot of
flavor.
this stew, yeah, that's a lot of hearts. Probably could go take down Ganon now if I didn't use those ancient arrows on those pigeons. God dang it. Anybody
kill
know
like
where my
overkill.
Master Sword went?
Looks really good though. I love how it matches the wooden bowl really well. Very pretty.
Oh, here it is.
Breath of the Wild. This most ambitious of Zelda games pits Link against perhaps the most difficult challenge a young man can face: feeding himself. Up until this point, Link has been surviving on Lon Lon milk, potions, and Grandma's soup, which means his bowel movements must be pretty whack. Link can cook now, and not only can he cook, he should cook, because these recipes replenish the hearts needed to survive in post-apocalyptic Hyrule. But looking at some of these recipes and ingredients, it makes me wonder, is Link a good cook? Are you seriously telling me this hot mash of mushrooms and fruit is going to completely heal his wounds? Survival is all about using the items you have at your disposal, but the food Link can cook and the ways Link can cook it make me pretty skeptical about how beneficial they'd be. And when I'm skeptical, I research. Today, I will be cooking every single recipe from Breath of the Wild and re-ranking their heart bonuses based on how yummy they are. Yummy. I don't think I've used the word yummy since I was 6. As always, we start with the parameters. If you were to choose every distinct iteration of food you can cook in Breath of the Wild, there would be hundreds of recipes for me to cook. Not only is that unfeasible for me to do in a timely manner, it is unfeasible for me to eat in a timely manner without sending me straight to the hospital. So we're trimming. We're cutting all the variations that modify your stats. No normal steamed fish versus mighty steamed fish. No matter which type of fish I put into a dish, I'm not gonna get any more ripped. I'm just gonna have a different fish in me. We're also cutting the dishes like baked apple, which are just an ingredient coming in contact with a fire. You don't have to be good at cooking to do this, you just have to be good at arson. We're also gonna cut our inedible foods. I don't think I'm gonna have to seek out creating dubious food. That's just gonna happen naturally. I'm also cutting the gourmet and prime versions of recipes. Judging by the pictures, it's just more meat as opposed to better meat. Also, Polygon won't expense Wagyu beef for me, so whatever. And speaking of quality over quantity, we're also cutting the copious versions of recipes. The single ingredient recipes are also out of here unless they are actively transformational, like an omelet or honey candy, but most of these recipes are just putting an ingredient over heat. Ooh, look at Gordon Ramsay over here making warm milk. And finally, we are cutting all of the recipes that include monster parts, because we all know the true monster is man. And cannibalism is frowned upon in New York. Now that we've narrowed it down to 78 recipes, let's talk ingredients. Some of these recipes need specific ingredients, others are more vague, like asking for any fruit, which, can I just say, is not how cooking works. Obviously there's room for creative substitution, but when I can make the same fruitcake, whether I use an apple or a durian, a fruit that smells like turpentine and wet garbage, that feels like a weird loophole to me. And it's a loophole I'm going to exploit the hell out of. Link doesn't have the luxury of getting a wide variety of ingredients, so I too will use the fewest number of ingredients possible. Obviously, some of
This
them
is the
are very
lowest
standard
percent.
analogs in the real world, but others are a bit weirder. As far as the cooking goes, we're going to be keeping it as true to Breath of the Wild as possible. We will not add any ingredients not listed in the recipe. That includes salt and pepper. That's gonna suck, but I'll be a little bit lenient with myself. I will add a neutral oil or water to recipes that might require it, because I'm gonna be cooking in a wok or a pan for most of these recipes.
Water.
And if I don't put a fat in there, everything's gonna burn. That's science, baby. And that's it. 78 recipes, 33 ingredients. Now all we need is a kitchen. And luckily, our sister site Eater was willing to lend me theirs for a whole day because they have obviously not seen how these unravels go. Of course, they wouldn't let me in without a chaperone, so we have Eater's very own Zelda expert, Adam Musa, joining us. Do you know what you've found?
Oh, I found my phone. It's in my pocket.
We'll be fine.
Good, I'm psyched. You can see there is quite a
Good
lot of
job,
food
Edie.
here today, but we do have 78 recipes to get.
I
And
thought I
we
looked
will
in
be
there,
cutting
but
down on food waste
I
by
guess I
cooking them
didn't.
all as if they're like tasting menus.
Just little
small.
tiny portions, yeah.
Also, we are 2 mortal men, and eating 78 full meals would kill us.
Oh my god. What are we making first?
Let's cut open a pumpkin.
Oh my god,
That's
yes.
a really
It's
weird
Zelda,
looking
it's called
pumpkin.
a fortified pumpkin.
Oh,
And this definitely is a huge ass fortified gourd. And I think
It's
that
fortified. That's
makes
why
sense
that's weird.
for us. Also, if I can't be accurate,
They
I
should
sure
not
as
let
hell am
him
gonna
cut
be
that.
extra. And with our mission statement set, we got started. On
he
the
looks.
prep work for
He
the whole day,
looks.
planning
Look
out
at his
our meals,
arms. He
discussing
can
what
do
would be
it.
pre-cooked and combined later, and striving to fix any inaccuracies in the recipes
Those
by
look like
making them
gamer
as extra
arms to
as
me.
possible. We also planned out our ranking scale. We will assume that 10 hearts is a full recovery.
Oh yeah,
dish that is
BGG did
amazing,
the
will receive
roasted
a
garlic
10.
summer
A dish that is
sausage
terrible and
music
close to a
video, by the
dubious
way,
food
guys.
will receive a 1. In the rare case that a dish is transcendent, we will award it with hearts beyond the scale. And unfortunately, there could be some food today that will harm us. And in that case, that's a negative. We chopped up the calabaza gourd and roasted it so it could be easily incorporated into other recipes, and though we promised to make most things in the wok, we did decide to roast a few things like the gourd and the chicken because Link doesn't have to worry about things like food poisoning.
That's the Zelda game I want to play, where you can get food poisoning, you can get salmonella.
I'm sure there's a
Would it
mod
be
for
cheating
it.
if we finish these in the oven?
No. After deciding that our health was slightly
Realistic
more important
cooking.
than being absolutely true to the game, we got the chicken baked, the mushrooms sauteed, carrots roasted and chopped, you know, cooking. That's cooking, baby! We got the steaks fried, got the windows open because the oil got a little smoky, but you know, that's totally normal. We're all professionals here. Hey, David Chang, do you want me on your next cooking show? Turn away. No one needs to see this. People expected me to come in here with like perfect cooking skills. That's not true to Zelda. What I'm saying is I'm role-playing right now.
You're role-playing a
I'm
dude who was asleep for 100 years.
Yeah.
Again, I feel very free that we're not trying to make it good, just cooked.
Our failures fully justified, we finally started preparing the first dishes, which were the 4 rice balls and 5 different curry rices. These just used our standard rice that we prepared on the back stove, combined with 1 or 2 of the other prepared ingredients. None of these had salt.
We starting with the curry rice or the
I'm gonna
the
start
rice
with
balls?
a ball.
All right.
I'm gonna go with the mushroom first.
I'm gonna go with
Okay.
the carrot.
Unseasoned rice in an onigiri sort of ball is bad.
Yes. I suspect yours is better than mine because of the flavor of the mushroom, whereas this is just carrot.
I'm gonna put this at a solid 3. Okay. The meat flavor is good. Is more there.
Same here. The salmon really lifts this one up. Could use salt.
We'll be saying that a lot.
gonna be
today.
saying that.
I would say that's 4
Yeah.
and hearts for me.
I would put mine in, I'm gonna put the first one at a 2, put this one at a 3.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That's just a mush.
That's some spicy mush. The chicken is really picking this up, so I
Okay.
can't imagine how you're doing, but
Now I'm gonna put this on dubious food scale. I think this is gonna be a solid 1 heart. Why I have another bite of this?
this one is a 2.
I'm gonna say this is a 2. Is it better than? Maybe I ranked them too high. those rice balls. Maybe I have already screwed up my ranking scale.
Very good sweetness from the pumpkin.
Unseasoned meat, poorly seasoned rice. And that's a 1.5.
What is next on the list?
The first tasting done, we realized we had spent over an
Turns
hour
out salt
on
is
9
important.
Of the 78 recipes we needed to get through. We are looking for speed over quality. So we kicked up the speed and decided to get all of the risottos and the steamed and salt grilled recipes done. I watched a video online about how to fillet a porgy, and then I proceeded to do a spectacular job. Holy shit, he made it look so much easier than it is. Please don't do a close-up of this.
This is looking great.
I mean, compared to what, Patrick? Compared to what am I doing this well? The Porgy prepped and everyone fully supportive of my great work, we started our steamed recipes, which call for the main ingredient plus any herb, vegetable, or flour, so we just used carrots. While
I
those
wanna
steamed,
cook
Adam
food
began working on the
today.
risotto. We cheated by using pre-cooked
Yeah.
rice because we didn't have the time.
This isn't even cheating, it's
This
just
makes
doing it
me wanna
wrong.
cook
We're just doing
Right.
it completely incorrectly, yes. Finally, we could use salt. The salt grilled recipes are just adding salt to whatever main ingredient. We had some extra time
Yeah,
while
I'm
waiting for the
gonna
food
do
to
it.
steam,
I'm
so we
gonna
prepped the
make
basic
a
cream of blank
crock
soup
pot
stock. So I'm just gonna
deal.
put some carrots
Mm.
into some milk with some salt.
Have you ever
And I'm gonna
had
keep
like
it on
a
low
chuck
over here.
roast
Does that sound good?
with like
That sounds terrible.
Throw
But
in
not
some
everything
butter,
sounded
some
terrible.
ranch
We got to use a
packet,
lot
and
of goat butter in the risotto.
No.
And all of
Gravy,
the salt
brown
grilled food literally
It's fucking
sounded
good.
good.
It's so good.
Hmm.
The meat was browning nicely, the risotto was looking creamy, and the beautiful aromas were almost enough to keep my mind off the fact that we still had 60 recipes to finish in roughly 6
that crap
hours.
over
Doing
some
this
white
in
rice.
this kitchen feels like a sin to me. Our
So
second
good.
session of recipes were done, with the
And
steamed
so
recipes
easy.
looking not great, but the salt grilled ones looked very nice, so I basked in it. We really relished the first taste tests. Now, this is business.
Steamed raspberries.
Just hot raspberries. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Steamed
7 hearts.
raspberries.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, pull.
Oh, this is
I feel
incredibly
like all
tough.
the simpler dishes are gonna be the high rate
Not
stuff.
bad.
7 hearts?
This is the grayest looking meat I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god.
It's chewy.
Oh god. It's like almost a beef jerky in its texture.
Oh my god, it's so dry.
Half a heart. No.
Oh.
Oh no.
Steam Poggy.
This poor fish.
Oh no. It's tender. That's something I can say for it. I mean,
It's better than the steak.
it's better than the steak. 1 heart.
I'm coming back in for a little bit more.
No. Risotto time. Let's start with the standard, the mushroom.
Ooh,
Mmm.
that's good.
Adam.
Butter and
Holy
salt.
shit. That might be a transcendent experience. And maybe it's just because I went so low 2 minutes before this point. But I'm gonna give it 3 hearts and low.
Wow. I did add some salt to the carrots because I could.
Also good.
Still not terrible.
9. This will be a 9.
Crab.
The salt and the butter, man.
They do it. Stick this down at a 6. Salmon. That's good. That's a good dish.
That's really good. That's a 10. Still think that one, because of the experience of
Yeah.
coming into something so good, is +3, but that one's 10. I'm gonna start with the
They
greens,
didn't
which
use
is
goat
carrots.
butter. How dare they?
Not terrible.
Got some nice char on there.
Say a 6.
Yeah. Tough as hell mushroom.
But the salt puts it above the steamed. So whatever I gave the steamed mushroom, I give it 1 more heart than that.
Crab.
Crab.
That's great. It works.
8. The salmon now? Not the worst salmon I've had.
I've literally eaten worse salmon at restaurants, so
8.
yeah. I'm taking this chunk with a big piece of fat on there.
You'd think salmon isn't that hard to mess up.
I cooked it too long, but at least I cooked it over a thing that isn't steam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's like an 8.
Yeah.
Our camera operators went out to grab lunch, but we have the full bounty of food right here. This is our cream soups that we created using.
They didn't want to
basic
stay for
carrot
this
stock.
food?
Okay, thumbs up.
Yeah, just. Chunky.
Chunky. I'm gonna try the next one. Oh, the crab does not mix well with the carrot. What about the chicken?
Milky.
Good. Yeah, it's.
Milky?
We're just drinking milk with carrots in it. Let me try the pumpkin. Let's see if it's any different. Nope, it's the same. Can we just give a 1 for the whole group?
Yep.
It's stuffed pumpkin, but we don't have the time to roast a full pumpkin and stuff it with meat.
No.
So instead, we took our roasted pumpkin and we've just put some chicken in
Just
there.
right in there. Oh.
3 hearts.
God, I miss salt.
I'll try the herb.
And I'll try the crab.
Yeah, that's a carrot and curry spice. And let me try the mushroom for you.
Oh my god. No hearts.
There are quite a few things that are just glazed something. And I know normally what you would do is you'd put it into a pan and then you make it a glaze and you'd like cook it in that, but we don't have the time for that, so we're just gonna dip the thing into honey and see what happens.
That works.
That's the
Is
last of the steak that is cooked.
that-
and we don't have
oh,
time.
that
right now,
works?
So. It's just sweet meat. It's a sweet meat that we got right there. It's fine. 5 hearts.
Glazed mushroom.
Glazed mushroom.
That's a sweet mushroom.
The style points are off the charts.
Sweet mushroom.
That's good. That's 6 hearts.
Okay, well, I'm giving the mushroom 4 hearts. All right, do you want to bring the whole porgy back here and I'll scrape a little bit off?
You know, if this was something other than a steamed porgy, that would have been a really lovely shot right there. If you say more than 3 hearts, I'm firing you.
It just tastes like honey. Oh, there's the fish.
Oh.
Okay. 2 hearts. 2 hearts, 2 hearts.
Dunkaroo right here. 10 hearts.
Oh, that's full recovery.
Fruit and honey.
For a change. Riding that high, we embarked on
Yeah.
the next set of recipes. We had
Sweet and
37
sweet.
done, 41 left to go. This session required a lot of milk as we were making the roux for the stews and the batter for the crepes. Unfortunately, the crepes did not call for any butter. The browning is minimum, but I'll tell you, from touching it, it's hard. It's been cooked.
Oh no.
Also, unfortunately, we didn't have time to let the different ingredients hang out in the roux for the stews, so we had to add the final ingredients to what was essentially a
Hey,
cream
Rock.
sauce. Look at this green carrot.
So red.
I'm not even gonna
Oh.
plate the mussels. You ready to do this?
Let's do this. I bet a lot of chefs would say, hey, you know what could have made this better? If you made the roux and then let the ingredients be in it to like infuse the flavor.
Yeah, that does.
And that's why most chefs are wrong. Pumpkin first.
Okay.
Pumpkin
I'm gonna
stew?
try this with you.
Mmm.
It's a fibrous pumpkin.
You know, it doesn't taste like stew. It tastes okay though.
If it had some salt in it, again.
Yeah, as it stands, 3. Now you see this obvious meat stew here.
This is a very meaty stew. But
Stew?
Yeah, now that is milk and meat. Together at last.
yeah, I'm gonna eat the long boy. Oh, it's still crunchy. Drip. All right. It's very drippy. It's fine.
It's fine. It's carrots and milk.
It's milk and butter and flour and carrot.
Now this looks like it could be clam chowder.
Can we get in
Granted,
close
it is-
enough on the?
This is mussels instead of clams, but whatever.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's pretty fucking good.
2, 2,
Oh,
5.
wow. No, those mussels are really,
Yeah.
they work well.
We've got 3 crepes here. One that is plain, one that is wild berry, and one that is honey. Now that does just taste like undercooked dough.
It's not cooked.
Yeah, mostly just because there's raspberry. It doesn't make the crepe any more palatable though.
Oh, we got some strong honey.
I was really looking forward to this. I was like, this sounds like it could be a good crepe. And so I'm kind of disappointed. This a 4, I'll give this a 5.
5 for the honey as well. What are we cooking now?
Something good, I hope. Nope, it's wheat bread time, which only has 2 ingredients, wheat and salt. The lack of yeast means that there's absolutely no way we could make something that looks like the video game picture, but that gave us more freedom to make something a bit quicker, like fried bread. So we threw that in a pan and got to work on the pie crusts. We have to make quite a few pies in a wok, which, again, makes it impossible to create something that looks like the video game pictures, but Adam's trust in the hand pie tradition gave me hope. We chilled the dough,
Those
rolled
pictures
it
are described
and
what
stuffed
tasted
them
like
with
in.
the fillings before popping them back in the fridge to chill before frying. We also prepped the honey candy by heating it up, popping it in a pan, and cooling it in the freezer so we could eventually pull it. And then it was time
They're
for
doing
our
for the
great omelet.
content,
The beauty of these
Archon.
recipes is that they basically have all of the parts of a normal omelet, which gave us hope that these would turn out all right, because even I can't screw up a fried egg over rice. I'll tell you what, Adam, we've made something that looks actually kind of okay.
I'm very proud of us.
Well, let's taste them. Okay, I don't want to get ahead of
Yeah,
ourselves.
I don't want to jump the gun. Okay,
Um,
where are we gonna go?
Let's start first with,
With the most
perhaps
beautiful?
the most beautiful thing we've done. I have
Oh,
to throw this away because Pat said, "Oh, daddy," in an audible space. Good.
That's really fucking good. That's a 10.
That's a 10. Now, this is just a plain old omelet.
Eggs.
That's eggs. Solid 8.
This has salt, butter, and some mushrooms.
egg.
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 I do not regret taking that big of a bite.
That's good.
That's a +3. So this one could have had greens in it, but we just went with carrots. No, the carrots are hard.
And they don't really have any flavor.
5. Shall we break into this really good bread that we made?
I feel like I'm holding a Ritz cracker right now.
Maybe it's the fact that most of these meals haven't had salt, but this is fucking good.
This is great.
This is really good.
It's just fried bread.
Patrick, have a bite. That's good. Point. This is good. This might be the best thing we've made.
This is the only thing we've finished so far.
+5. That's the
fine.
best thing we've made. This is a crab omelet over rice. I think the big takeaway is that breakfast food rules. I want to put this also in the pluses.
I wouldn't do that. I wish we had more bread.
I wish that too. I'm going to say this is a solid 10 though. So we still have about 26 recipes to get through. It's 4:30 and we have to be out of here by 6. We left some of the hardest recipes for last. We're going to take some liberties.
Oh.
Okay.
Sadly, those liberties were not taken with the creamy heart soup, which is just a hydromelon, a volt fruit, a radish, and some milk all blended together. Delicious. But the hand pies were chilled enough and ready to be deep fried. The first ones came out great. The later ones started to fall apart a little bit, but hey, they were cooked and we had no time. We also got cooking on the spicy dishes, which were just habaneros or goron spice over other food we had prepared. So we're in crunch mode. We managed to make 11 different things in the past 20 minutes or so. That being said, not all of them are great.
Our pie dough sort of fell apart while we were frying it. Theoretically, we would have liked to have baked it, but you know, time. Raspberry hand pie.
Okay. That's good. That's really not bad.
Tastes like pie. Very flaky.
Yeah, very good.
You're being really generous there, but okay.
Yeah, well, I have to be. Okay.
Fine. This is literally just pie dough, pumpkin, and sugar.
Not what I would expect from a pumpkin pie, but not unpleasant.
I mean, it has no spice, so
Yeah. 7, 8.
7 works for me.
Okay. So this one didn't have so much fun in the fryer,
Yep.
it seems.
It's sort of split apart midway through.
I just got dough there.
I got some apple.
4.
There's
Okay.
a chunk of apple here if you want.
No.
Okay. Savory. Over here is the fish pie.
The fish pie.
Tastes like burning.
Yeah.
Burning.
I don't hate this. I'm gonna give this a 7. I
Okay.
would eat more of this if I were hungry.
All right, I get it. This is the meat pie. That's not bad.
It works. It's the meat.
It's the meat. The meat is well made in that one. Solid 8.
Yeah.
And then finally, we were asked to make an egg tart. And as you can see, it didn't go so hot when you try to make an egg tart in a wok. I'm going to say, without trying it, a -1 heart.
Yeah.
Which of these terrible concoctions do you want to eat first?
I think I'll save the soup for last.
I inhaled some. Oh,
Let's go with the spicy seafood.
I'm going to give this a 2.
No, I'll give this a 6.
Really?
Yeah. Before my mouth like totally succumbs to the burning. That's good. That's good steak. Good peppers. That's a 9 from me, baby.
Ooh.
So this is just honey that's been heated for a while and becomes harder.
I was just
It's
about
hard
to
to
say,
break
the
apart, and
meats
also we
consistently
couldn't
have
pull
been
it
pretty bad.
because we don't have enough time. It's honey.
It's honey.
so I can't say it's bad. But I also don't think I would sit out in the countryside cooking honey.
If I want something sweet, it's one ingredient.
That's okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm coming back for more.
5.
Yeah.
Well, now we get to perhaps my favorite meal of the whole day. It's got a watermelon, a radish, a dragon fruit, and milk. So, shall we?
Fall asleep.
Yep.
I don't hate it. I really don't.
Wish it was something else.
It's chunky.
Okay, on the second sip, I'm
It
coming
was
around
50
to
minutes
it.
this time.
If I had
About.
4 ingredients out in survival,
Oh,
I would not put a watermelon,
No,
a
she does
dragon
this all the
fruit,
time, don't worry.
and a radish into the
Yeah,
soup.
well, I would eat them separately. Because
For food video
this
night
is
anyway.
less than the sum of its parts.
Yeah. 10 out of 10. With about an hour left on the clock, things got hectic.
Unfortunately,
Eggs
I
were
will have
flying,
to
rice
leave.
was frying, and I
Huh?
had
No,
unexited
don't
task of deciding
leave.
how to make an egg pudding without having the
Welcome
time
back.
to
I
steam,
have to go to
chill, and make
work.
caramel.
No,
pudding.
don't
So,
work.
I just
supposed
cracked
to
an egg
stay
into a
here.
pan and put sugar
Yeah.
into it. Pilafs,
Uh-huh.
check. Fried
Yeah.
bananas, check. Every version of 2 ingredients haphazardly thrown together into
Uh.
one dish. Double check. There was no more
Bye-bye.
I
talking.
have to go
There was
work
only
now.
cooking.
I have to
Until
go
we had
bring
to
home
make
the dough.
cakes. We decided to make
Oh,
pans.
Go bring
because
home the
again, we
money.
had to do these in pans.
That
But
way I can make
fruitcake-
good food.
Well, the fruitcake posed a challenge. So we chose to cook that one last while we got ready to eat everything.
Oh, that looks like a.
I'll send
A beef
you
patty.
pictures of my my amazing recipe.
Okay.
Lazy cooking.
We just cooked a fruitcake
Yeah.
that looks like
Good
it was
night.
served at McDonald's. Let's start with the
Bye-bye.
Meniere's. So there's seafood, salmon, and then porgy. The seafood meuniere, which is just crab in there, it's just like one step short of a crab cake. So I would say, I don't know, like a 7.
Yeah, I'll put the
Porgy.
porgy at a 6.
We're so tired. Worse than the crab. I'm gonna give this a 4, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I really taste the flour. It's seafood. It's rice. There's some salt on it.
You can tell that we cooked this first. It is ice cold.
5.
Okay.
I like these mussels.
Spicy meat and seafood fry. Get into it.
How are the peps?
Not bad. Ooh. Oh.
Oh,
A 4.
yeah. This is the seafood paella.
Oh yeah. It looks just like paella does.
Mmm.
Look, this is one of 3 things that have 5 different ingredients in it in all of Breath of the Wild, but none of them are necessarily what makes a paella, namely saffron.
Well, yeah. There's no saffron in Breath of the Wild.
Oh, that'd be
Not bad.
expensive.
Not paella, but not bad.
I'm gonna go a 7. This
This
is
is
just
the meat and seafood fry.
yeah.
It's the same thing as
Yeah.
this
Spicy
without
version,
spicy.
yeah.
So we've already had the good version of it. Eh.
Wow, that is somehow even colder than anything else we've eaten so far.
2.
Fair.
You guys feeling pretty full?
We've had 7 dishes really quickly.
I'm feeling upset that I've eaten like 70 dishes so far.
We've only got 10 left, and one of them is this, and we can look forward to that.
Stop pointing to it.
Beef rice bowl. This is good. 9.
If it was hot, it would have been a 10.
Yep.
This is the poultry pilaf.
Okay. It's warmer than that, and so I like it more.
Yeah, same.
That's a 10.
That's good.
Next up,
Oh, fuck.
this is a curry pilaf.
That's like crispy rice. I think I fried the rice a little too hard.
That's good.
That's a 9 for me. This is egg pudding. What's in
Yeah.
it? What's in this?
Well, that's milk and sugar and eggs. And we didn't have the ability to do a real egg pudding, so I kind of just made sweet scrambled eggs.
Hmm.
Oh my god. It's so much food I expect to be one way, and it is so not that way.
On first bite, it like coats your mouth in these tiny curds, and it's just very unpleasant. -6.
This will hurt you so much. Let's have something that's slightly better, namely mushrooms and apples. This is our hot fruit and mushroom mix.
I don't think
take
he's
one for the team.
okay.
We both gotta suffer.
That's
Those
the egg
do not
pudding.
blend together.
That's very two distinct flavors.
They are at war in my mouth.
Better than the egg pudding.
Oh, for sure. Still a -1. Oh, thank you. Something that's good. This is fried bananas. If they were still warm, that would be
A
like
bomb dessert, yeah.
unbelievably good. That's a +4. I'm realizing now that all of the things that Link should be eating are gonna like kill him and they're just carbs and like this is a bad thing. But +4, no doubt. Hot buttered apple, not bad.
I'm gonna say.
9.
Oh, all right. I was gonna go down to like 5, but sure.
I was imagining it's still warm.
Okay. 7. All
I
right.
just am so full. Yeah, just go ahead and break that in half for me.
Could have used more sugar, but fine.
Yeah. 8.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
All right, come on. 2 more.
Worse than that, still a 6.
I'm sorry. I feel like this fruitcake is like staring into my soul.
Fruitcake? It looks like steak
It looks
to me.
too much like me.
Exactly what it told us to do, Patrick. It looks like a slice of brain. I will put it out there. Here's the thing.
Okay,
we don't have to worry about it being raw because there's no eggs in it. The last one. We can do it.
Please don't ever ask me to do this again.
Okay.
You know, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse.
Could have been worse.
I'm gonna swallow it, but
Yeah, it could have been way worse. My big thing, keep your fruits out of my cakes. I just want a super sweet cake. I was never gonna like this, but I'm not gonna give it a negative. I am gonna give it 1 heart. It's dubious at best.
I haven't swallowed mine. But that's bad.
It's bad.
That's bad cake.
Adam, now that we have eaten 78 of Link's very own recipes, how do we feel?
I feel like I can't distinguish tastes anymore. I feel like my taste buds have just been shot to hell.
Yeah.
I do have a newfound understanding and appreciation for Link in Breath of the Wild, cooking all of this on the fly.
Yeah, this was a real challenge. I'd say that what I learned here is that Link is definitely a better cook than I originally gave him credit for. Some of these were actually very tasty. That being said, stick to what you know, Link. Don't try to make fruitcakes. Don't try to make egg puddings out in the wild. I think you've got your fried egg and rice. That's delicious. Stick with it.
You've got to wok, you've got to flame. Why are you steaming things?
Yeah.
Don't steam things. Do one thing well.
Do one
That's
thing
all
well.
you need to do.
Never change. Stick to what you know.
Never try and improve.
Don't try to get better in life. Those are the things I learned today. And I think the big thing is that it could have been worse.
It really could have been worse.
Not the worst salmon I've had.
It's not the worst thing.
Not the worst.
Could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Could have been worse.
It must be so nice to have a cooking show where like all of the ingredients are prepped for you.
And somebody's cleaning up after
And
you.
someone's cleaning up after you, and the recipe you're cooking is a good one.
And not 70.
And also not 78. That must be nice.
Is this where we left off? Yes, it was. Okay.
Wow, this one's also 30 minutes.
Good. Less work for me.
Did I fall asleep again?
No.
You're not the only one that's around that has to do it, you know. Take a break.
I'm just doing something
I'm
while
also
alone in the
here.
background. Yeah. It's fine. I'm just also working on something
Yeah,
since I can't be in VR right now.
I did sneak one in, so you'll see that eventually.
Oh, I saw. It's like, hey, there's 4 of them in there now.
It's gonna be a YGS. Wait, YGS? That doesn't even make sense. You suck at cooking.
I don't know. I'll give him benefit of the doubt.
What are they making?
You'll know it when you hear it.
What are they making?
I have no idea.
They're making balls.
Mochi.
Oh, ball.
Mochi.
Matcha. Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of meat. Mmm, that looks yummy.
Brief moment of panic, then I was painting them on one layer again.
Huh?
Might mix it up a little too, since there's a big stack of these kinds of videos.
I'm comfy.
Comfy verb.
Oh shoot, I'm feeling a little hungry. It's a little late for that now, though. I
Time
had a
for
huge lunch today,
food.
too. What's that? It almost looks like aloe vera leaves. So the plant's just called an aloe.
Smoothie.
Probably doesn't help that I'm actually drawing food right now, too.
Succulent juice.
Succubus juice.
Oh, so I was right then.
Succubus juice.
Yes.
Tasty. That's an interesting way of rolling that up, or making that shape. Pancake, chocolate, and boba.
Grandpa pancake.
Yeah. For like 50 cents for that.
Ooh. My block's so big you need a shovel.
Wasn't there a pizza place that had pizza so huge that they needed a snow shovel? Nah, it couldn't be, because you bake pizzas in an oven. Something else. Maybe pancakes so big that they used a snow shovel. Yeah, pancakes.
I love how she woke up just to chuckle at that and then right back to sleep.
She's like that.
And they just said you're cute.
No, you're cool. That is cute.
It's like we've been on this forever, but we're only halfway through.
Oh, there's Euland. Oh no.
Oh boy, you
Not feeling good.
Oh, poor Euland. Here, Addie, do an extra head pat for me.
Oh, okay.
That's from Core.
Oh, it's so fast. So efficient.
Many teeny tiny pancakes.
yeah, I will say too that it is nice that VR chat can pick up the microphone when I'm not focused on it, so I can be working on other things while hanging out with people.
Mm-hmm.
It is one advantage of desktop mode.
I had a weird issue, but I fixed the audio thing that I was having trouble with for a while. I went back into desktop mode, noticed that it was automatically set to my other headset. Set that to my index mic. Closed out of desktop mode, went back into VR, and then it was automatically set correctly.
Oh.
But of course.
What? What was that?
I don't know.
Prize wheel.
Oh.
Get an ice queen.
Hello there.
Hello.
它是可以有线也可以无线。
The bots. Oh, Singapore.
Vending machine cafe.
Vending machine cafe?
Tire machine. Yeah.
Hmm.
That was one entire machine dedicated to squeezing orange juice.
Oh, I've seen one of those actually. Chef in a box. They have
Meals
someone
and-
in there?
Oh,
It's a Teddy Chef.
Team Mighty Chef just trapped forever in that box.
It's voluntary, it's fine.
Now the question is, do those machines get stuck like the ones here?
God.
Sweet corn.
Huh.
Corn.
Little pixel.
Hey, Pixel.
Pixel.
Yeah, no one would fall asleep or just wake up.
No.
Mm-mm. Fucking lasagna.
Lasagna?
Lasagna. I can even have it hot or frozen. You want to go heat it at home?
Lasagna. Yeah.
Lasagna.
hear my typing? No, probably not.
Hmm?
A little bit.
What? What?
Sam was just asking if we can hear his typing.
Oh. The cheese is all over there.
Cheese.
Chaz.
Cheese?
Needs more cheese.
Needs
All
more.
over it all. Not just one corner.
It's the mythical corner cheese.
The divine corner.
Or it gets caramelized? Good stuff.
Macaroni, chicken, ham, and cheese sauce.
Even the silverware is dispensed.
Mac and cheese. I could go for some mac and cheese. I had some not so great mac and cheese, at least for me anyway, not so great mac and cheese a couple days ago.
What made it bad?
Well, my mom picked up this like packet of like microwavable Bob Evans brand mac and cheese. It was like a 6 cheese thing, but you didn't realize like 2 of the 6 cheeses were different types of pepper jack cheese.
Oh.
And so when we bit into it, we were not expecting it to be spicy.
Oh.
I see.
It really surprised us.
Pepper jack is spicy?
It's got a kick to it, yeah.
It's got peppers in it. Like little red and green pepper flakes.
It would be cool if we had more vending machines like this. That would be cool.
I could see them being a thing on college campuses. If not already.
That would be smart. A smart place to put them, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Stroll over here.
It like lights up to show you where your thing is at. Meiji Apollo. Oh. Chocolate?
Little candy.
Those look like little Reese's. Reese's.
Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's these yummy, like, chocolate, like chocolate mushrooms with cracker stems that are really yummy. They're Japanese snacks.
Can't say I've ever seen something like that. Oh, yep, here you go, Eddie.
Oh no!
Not the Pocky, no.
Oh, are they trying to get it down?
I think so. I think with machines
can
they'd be
do
able to
it.
detect if the item made it to the dispensary or not. This is taking a minute.
Hello?
Gotta
Machine.
push the button. Drop. Failed drop. Ah!
No.
$1.75. That's a double loss right there.
Vegetarian.
Does the machine auto refund if it fails?
Chocaroons? Is that what
I
they're
would
called,
assume
Pixel?
so.
They're yummy.
Chocarooms. Chocaroom. 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 That's a fun word to say.
I guess that's vegetarian.
This one's similar but different.
Delightfully fun milk and dark chocolate layered snacks shaped like mushrooms. Released in 1975, the crispy biscuit stem with rich chocolate
Slice.
on top came after 5 years of manufacturing trials. So it's like a Pocky, but shaped like a mushroom.
Slice.
Oh, this one's the vegetarian meals. These.
Yeah, vegetarian orange juice.
I don't know, I'm just judging by the video title.
Yeah, this is vegetarian orange juice. Oh,
The taste
shit.
of gluten.
Oh yeah, they never showed the orange juice machine in the last one.
Hello Panda. Oh, the Hello Panda cookies are yummy. Oh,
Juice.
do you guys like pulp? I like pulp in my orange juice.
I'm not a fan of pulp, personally.
Default.
The fuck, fool?
Oh, the tiny chef got out.
Eastern Delights.
Biryani. Curry.
Base butter curry.
Biryani.
What is it Western? I was trying to expect in like American or European dishes in there. Unless that is one.
Hmm? Oh. Utensils.
Cutlery.
Oh, jeez. World Chef Series. Look, it's a biryani. I like full pulp.
No, don't turn full into pulp.
Oh my god.
No.
Does nobody like pulp? Maybe I'm just weird because any orange juice any juice I see at the store is no pulp. But I like my fresh squeezed orange juice to have pulp.
Although, check something.
Oh wait, that's not dollars.
Never mind, I drank it all.
Oh,
Just gonna check if the orange juice I recently bought had pulp in it.
hello.
But, we'll never know.
Hello.
Butter curry.
Butter curry. The curry with the butter.
Mock meat. Like plant-based meat?
Oh, Satan.
What I want to know is the rice any good?
Fucking, if it's vegetarian, the rice better be fucking good.
I kind of expect packaged rice to be a bit dry.
Mm. Most people don't like having any texture with their drinks. What? Why not?
I like ice with my drinks.
I don't know why, but that voice put like instilled panic in me for a moment. That kid. Huh. Original flavor. Oh.
Oh, seaweed.
It's like extra crispy.
Violently ripped that bag open.
Seaweed is delicious.
Don't think I've ever had any.
Really? Pineapple.
Violently crispy.
It's gigantic, isn't it? Oh. I love my extra juice with orange juice with extra pulp.
I was kind of when they poured the drink, I was kind of expected it to start icing over, like if it were super cold.
Have you ever
that way sometimes?
Have you ever seen that actually happen to your Shearwater?
Yeah. Well, not to my waters as don't store in the fridge, but occasional sodas I have there will be perfect liquid, and then I start pouring it, it starts to ice up.
Yeah. I had it happen one time on vacation with our water bottles, and I was like, "Whoa, this is so cool!"
Oh yeah. When I was visiting my parents and we had that cold
Strawberry jam and bread.
Bottle of water outside.
You don't need to.
Just
You don't.
Why is it not freezing over?
When you have
Just
that
hit it,
paper
and then
there,
it starts off freezing.
when you have that paper seal there, you don't need to like pull it off. You just twist it, and it'll come off.
Rip and tear.
Terminator. Hello, thank you. For 18 months.
That is tasted like bread.
Oh.
You're tasty looking, bro.
Huh?
You're you're purple like jam too.
I'm not purple. Well, parts of me are purple.
So Sentinel tastes like grape jam.
I see, I see.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you totally
It
suck.
is.
So you want brownies, but you don't want to make an entire pan of brownies, because if you make an entire pan of brownies, you're going to eat an entire pan of brownies, and you don't want to eat an entire pan of brownies. You just want one, a big round one. Here's
Mug
how you do it.
brownie?
Start by
Wait, why is
grabbing
it
a mug? Not
pink?
that mug. That's your favorite mug. Grab this mug. It's not your favorite, so you
I know
won't feel
someone
bad
that's
if you drop
making,
it or smash it in a
mug
fit of
cakes,
brownie making rage.
on
If you're clumsy, feel
regular
free to wrap your mug
occasions.
in a thick sock for shock absorption and decorative purposes. Now add 3 tablespoons of all-purpose flour, 3 tablespoons of packed brown sugar, and 3 tablespoons of cocoa dust. Now take out your bucket of seawater and grab a
What?
healthy pinch of fresh sea salt. The reason sea salt tastes so much better is because it's chemically identical to every other salt in the world. Then fang jangle that together until you decompress the sugar and have a mug of fine, dirty baking sand. To make sure you have baking sand and not just baking dirt, build a sandcastle to test it. Now put that sand back in the mug, add 2 melted tablespoons of unsalted butter and 3 tablespoons of milk. Now wang jangle that while hunting for powder pockets until you've got thick brownie sludge. If you want to do a vegan version, use some kind of nut milk and coconut oil in place of the butter. By the way, this recipe's inside my book.
Oh!
Now you want to look for the dankest melon you can find. The danker the better. They're usually pretty dank under the sink. And we'll cut that open to harvest the melon caviar, sometimes called blueberries on account of them being purple. Now add a 1/4 cup of the blueberries to the
What?
chocolate mud, then wang jangle that together.
See you later, motherfucker.
You can smush them up if you want. Careful you don't add too many or your brownies will become bluebies. Now make sure to tape up your melon afterwards and release it back into the dankitude so it can reproduce. Now if you wrapped your mug in a protective sock,
What?
make sure to remove it before you put your mug in the microwave, otherwise you might end up burning your foot. Now we'll put that on
What?
high for 80 million microseconds. If it's not cooked through at that point, put it back in for another 20 million microseconds. And now you wait, because this is hot as fudge. That's been microwaved for 1 minute and 20 seconds, so give it 5 or 10 minutes. Now pour yourself a nice delicious glass of unsweetened almond milk so that the baking sand doesn't dry out your internal organs. Are these the best brownies ever, or what?
Blueberry brownies?
No, they're not the best brownies ever, or what? They're just brownies.
Or what?
In a mug. With blueberries. And maybe that's enough.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you.
What the fuck was that?
It's very hot. Oh god, oh god. It's the coconut shredder all over
Oh,
again.
it was the start of the last video, repeating itself.
No? No.
Hello everyone, we are Sorted Food. This is Chef Ebbers. This is the returning chef, James Curry. And they are going to be reviewing some antique kitchen gadgets.
Oh,
From when you were
I
a
like
boy.
these videos.
Look! Straight away.
Is that joke still going?
Okay, chefs. You can open your eyes. Number 1, please lift the cloche.
Oh, I wonder what's under there.
Ta-da! It's much the same as it did with the cloche on it.
Oh.
Well,
Was that Frosty?
I've seen one of these before, but not for a long time.
I've also seen one of these before. Doesn't mean I know what it is. But...
Copper based, so that it can hang in your kitchen and look shiny until used. And then when you do use it, it's very much for a celebration, I should imagine.
Would you like to take a guess?
Something to cook fish in.
Fish kettle.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is a copper fish kettle. We believe it's French and therefore a poissonnière. And we think that this dates back to the late 1800s. So guys, a fish kettle. What on earth is that? Your chefs?
It's a nice sounding bit of kit.
A thing you cook fish in.
Okay, helpful.
Whole fish, more specifically, hence the long, thin shape.
So an excerpt from Household Management, the 1865 edition, says that fish kettles are made in an oblong form and have two handles with a movable bottom, pierced full of holes on which the fish is laid, and on which may be lifted from the water by means of two long handles attached to each side of the movable bottom. This is to prevent the liability of breaking the fish, as it would be if it were cooked in a common saucepan. Have either of you used one of these in the past?
I think my parents still have one. I'm sure I've only ever cooked a salmon once in it.
Would you like to give it a go?
Yes. Indeed.
Great. We put in a specific order for a fish to fit the fish kettle, and that's what turned up. It's essentially a whale. So,
what the
let's get Free Willy
fuck?
out the way and get you some ingredients. Okay, so you have some reasonably sized fish, some ingredients. Boys, knock up a...
Did they cut that fish in half and get those two fish?
Like a stock, a splash of white wine vinegar with water and aromatic.
Sense to me.
Lemons,
Seems how fish math works.
peppercorn, with some parsley and parsley stalks. Basically, lots of flavour, so that when the fish goes in and around it,
Oh, so they make blackfish? Oh.
stick on a lid and gently poach.
So we'll leave that on in the background. Let's move on. We'll come back to it in a bit.
Wait, is that a sun above me? Oh.
Number 2, lift the cloche. Ta-da!
I don't know where I am.
It's an old school set of
You're
scales,
in
a balance.
VR chat.
Yep, complete with
I know
weights.
that.
It's very cool. It's in ounces. Obs.
Obs.
Or Oz, should I say. LOL!
So these are scales from the Libra Scale Company, London. We believe that these date to the early 20th century, so the early 1900s. Should we knock up a waffle batter?
A waffle batter?
A sorted waffle batter that's going to require conversion
Waffle?
Yes.
in order to use these. 8 ounces of flour.
Nice and easy because we've
Seems
got
like a lot compared, like that is a heavy weight.
8 ounces is 200 grams, right? An ounce is 25 point something grams.
Oh! So who knew this could be so... Oh no.
Yeah. Oh. You wouldn't want to be doing it on a windy day, would you?
That is it, that is perfect.
Let's see how accurate it was.
We're looking for 8 ounces and we got...
Oh, it's bang on!
7.8. So that is near enough to a tolerance I'm very happy with. Nice done,
That's
James.
pretty good.
We're going to go 40 grams of unsalted butter soaked 1.4 ounces.
Trouble is you can't take out with a pour.
Oh!
Yeah, that's it. That's it, you don't want it to head.
1.5 ounce, we reckon. So 0.2, that's 12.5% tolerance.
We're
Happy with
going
that?
Fine
Yeah.
for waffles.
Happy?
Yeah, I mean, for a waffle batter, it makes very little difference.
450 of whole milk. So the milk's into 3 whisked eggs and the butter.
Did we put our bicarb in?
No, we haven't done bicarb yet.
Half a teaspoon.
After all that,
I know.
literally,
And he just
painstaking measurement.
eyeballs the bicarb.
Wet into dry.
So what are your thoughts with regards to the usage of the scales?
Love them.
You love them?
Love them.
Better than most of the gadgets we've reviewed.
I like the fact that even those stack nicely. I think it's just very elegant to look at and it works quite elegantly. It's beautiful.
If you want that analog experience, you know, be at one with the food.
Being one with the food.
This is it.
Would you like a brief history of the kitchen scale?
Yes.
Yes.
Ancient civilizations documented back to the Egyptians.
My
were
sis
using
got me
household
a
scales.
little
They'd
kitchens.
be more
Kitchens.
on the sort of T-bit. Do you know what I mean? Like the T
Yeah.
frame, the pivot. Then
for Christmas, along with a nice cutting board.
Digital make of scales that still exist now, invented the spring scale.
I was about to say
So
with that
he
long
then
pause, I
used
was like, wow,
gravity
your sister
to
got you
calculate
a
the
little
weight,
kitchen.
as defined by Hooke's law,
Impressive.
which determines the
Yeah,
space
a
of
little
force on the spring.
kitchen.
Just in case you're
Lesson for
wondering.
you, as opposed to equilibrium.
And then the digital scale.
It's hipster. It's not
unclear, but in
hipster. It's
1980,
old.
Richard Lochborough and Edward Pryor were the first to request a patent for the digital scale. So we think the digital scale started coming in from the early 1980s.
I feel like it's one of those useful vintage gadgets that will
Am I
probably
old?
remain on set because it looks good, even though we won't actually ever
No.
because it's not as efficient as the methods we have now.
Yeah, I'll never be using
I think a lot of people would be mad at me if I said I was
Now, all of
old.
these were purchased from auction websites, not just eBay. Some actual proper Kitchenalia antique websites. So would you like to hazard a guess at how much I paid recently for this set of scales?
Hazard a guess. I'm not really up to date with the scale market.
I reckon I would bid up to £75 for this piece of history.
I'm going to double it. I'm going to say 150.
Oh, wow. You have overestimated me. I paid 40 quid.
Oh,
bargain.
You want to
Oh,
stick it back
damn.
on eBay and we'll bid.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want to buy them off me?
Fish kettle came up to just below simmering, poaching temperature, and then we switched it off. And the thing with the copper pot is the whole thing gets and stays really, really hot, so it's nicely insulated as well.
Oh, how are we looking?
Just needs to cool down now before we tuck into it. Beautiful flesh. And if it is nicely poached,
Ooh.
perfectly cooked, you should be able to take all the bones out in one.
Well done.
Whoa.
Emmers, what on earth is that
Nice.
lemon? That's a dinosaur lemon.
But it's basically what lemons used to be
Oh my
before they're now bred to be
God.
less of this and more of this.
Oh, there's so little
Chicken on the
flesh in it.
Good.
So little
It's nice that you just taste the fish.
of the juicy bits.
It's a very classic way of cooking,
Ancient lemon.
but that's not to say you couldn't.
Where did they even
put all
get
sorts of
that?
spices and
Did they
flavours
get a
into the
time
broth if you
machine?
wanted to impart more flavour into the fish.
Do you care how much I paid for this one?
It's an antique
If it
lemon.
was
They
brand
bought it
new,
off of eBay.
It'd probably set you back 120 quid.
Or pawn shop.
So second hand,
Antique.
82.
Slice of history, 82, James.
40. £40.
£109.
Oh my God.
Oh.
If
It's
any of
not
you
nearly as fun
played
as the
that
scales.
There you go.
Price is
Not
Right
nearly
kind of
as
world
fun
in
as the
VR chat.
scales.
We have
No.
There's a Price
It's
is Right
called
world.
Sidekick, and yeah, we bang on about it a lot, but that's because we think it's really good. It gets 3 phenomenal, easy
forgot
to
what
make
it's called,
dinners
but I
from
think
just
Jar
one
made that
shopping
one
list of
too.
ingredients, and thousands of you are already using it. It also
lot of it
is
is weird
completely free
stuff.
for 30 days.
Price, yes.
And
Yep,
to make the most
it's a
of
Jar
that
world.
trial, and so that you can really test it out properly, we've put together the Sidekick Challenge. 3 meals is all it takes, and we explain everything in a full run-through demo of the app and why we think it's so clever. Click the link below to find out everything.
Okay, chefs, lift the cloche.
Oh.
Freshly oiled. Because it is stiff.
I think I know what it is. Do you know what it is?
What?
It's a crank of sorts that moves a paddle.
It just
Give it a go.
Churner.
Yeah.
does it mix juice?
Absolutely correct. This is
Oh,
a
butter.
churn. This was made by Bayard, a French company, and dates to the late 1800s. So you're absolutely right. In fact, it still turns, albeit with a little bit of a glitch here and there. I think it's relatively well made.
Like the scales, quite satisfying.
Mentions of butter churning can be dated back to the 6th century AD in Europe, and the crank barrel butter churn
I
is
thought it
seen
was
as
older
one
than
of
that.
the leading agricultural innovations of
The
that
6th
time.
century?
We have disinfected and cleaned all of these
Thought butter
gadgets.
churning would
However,
be older
this
than
has
that,
a
yeah.
rusty rod, so I don't think we want to be preparing and then eating food from this. For the sake of history, shall we knock some up? Can you fill us in a
knock
little bit
some
about
up?
how you would make butter?
Beat, whip, agitate, dairy.
British
that's
people
got
are
high fat, so
weird.
it's like cream, until basically the fat separates from the buttermilk, and you end up with butter.
Shall I
Yeah.
Go on,
do
Arms.
the honours?
Crank away.
It's making a very satisfying noise.
Nice techers, Evers.
look, see if it's changed at all, because in theory, it needs to turn into cream, whipped cream, like a foam before it turns into a, yeah. My word.
We are far away. Should we get the stand mixer out?
Let's be honest, your arms are better than mine.
Not right now.
It's been 14 minutes. We're all knackered, we've all had a turn.
We've definitely split the cream. We haven't yet got butter.
Well done, James.
It's hydrophobic enough that all it wants to touch is itself.
Oof.
16 minutes.
Yeah, it's getting really stiff.
I think we're done.
Oh, we've got separation now.
Yeah, we've got meat.
We've got buttermilk.
Yeah, it's been to clean the sides of the... Oh.
I think we've got butter.
Yeah, well done.
Should we try and massage some butter?
20 minutes that took.
Oh, you're going in.
You're so
He's going in.
brave.
He's going in.
The chef's made butter.
You need to kind of wash it in ice cold water, and that sets the butter.
Wash the
Now,
butter?
obviously, I have no idea what these were selling for at the time, but would you like to hazard a guess at how much I paid
You ever
for
just
it on
wash
the
your butter?
online auction?
Yeah,
Actually,
rust
anyone
on it,
really buying
$15.
These are people who are looking to preserve a slice of history. So, again, you kind of pay what's required. What did we pay? 60 quid?
30 quid?
£75.
Jesus.
Not as fun as the scales.
Chef's final one, number 4, lift the cloth.
I can't imagine what's at this end of that.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Oh! Huh?
Wonderful.
It's an old
Waffle?
school- Oh, I was going to say a
Look at that.
waffle iron-esque thing, but with an imprinted...
Floral scene.
Well, this was advertised as a waffle/pancake plate. Bit of waffle history. We think that we can trace
Okay, here we
the
go.
beginning
Waffles or
of waffles
pancakes,
back
guys?
to ancient Greece, actually, Ebbers,
Pancakes.
where they made flat wafers
I'm a
made
waffle
from flour,
person.
milk, or water, and sometimes eggs, called oblios.
My
I'm so
goodness.
sorry for the pronunciation.
I'm always alone.
Which were cooked between two metal plates. In the 13th
Feeling?
century,
Yeah.
sugar and spices were added, and then craftsmen began embellishing the metal cooking plates with designs ranging from family crests, landscapes, religious imagery, before the Dutch in the 15th century started using rectangular crisscross plates, which we are now familiar with. So because of the pattern on that, we think that it might be some sort of batter-based cooking device with a nod back to the old school, very old school way of making waffles. Hence why you made a weird waffle pancakey batter previously using the scales.
Please tell me not brushing at our cast iron device with homemade butter.
As with many of these devices from this era, they require heating over a very hot
They
stove
should eat
or
that butter.
flame. Hence why at Ebbers, we're using your camping stove again. We're looking at the
Good that we
Victorian
made
era,
use of it pretty
specifically the mid to late 1800s.
Well, it's hot.
It looks very hot.
Pretty hot.
Tasty tetanus
We're gonna
butter.
Wait to put butter on it.
Tetanus butter.
Oh my god. It's the coconut shredder.
Oh,
all
that
over
reminds
again.
me.
Ben, it's not worth it, mate.
Ben.
Oh my god, this video.
Stop, no, don't like it. Stand back, don't like it.
Tested it.
Yeah, do you think you can find that video?
That much?
Yeah.
Who knows? That's good, right?
Who knows?
I like these kind of experiments.
Go look.
Search sorted
Find a little bit.
sorted coconut device.
That's quite hot. We don't know what this really is for. We can't find out. So if you guys know, if any of you are food historians and can give us a heads up, please let us know in the comments.
Should we try it?
Yeah, let's do it.
That's right. Oh yes, yes.
Yep,
Go
found
in,
it.
Ebbers.
Can you see any of the pattern whatsoever?
It's not particularly clear. Cheers. Tastes like crispy batter.
Because it is an unflavoured batter. We could have put vanilla in the batter.
Waffle chip.
It's alright.
Actually, when you eat it, it tastes more substantial than it looks.
I'd never make them again, but I'm glad I have today.
I like it. It's quite hard to get that same thing.
Thanks, Argon.
Like a very crisp wafer.
You didn't have the same satisfaction as I did of the it feels good.
Would you like to know how much of our money I spent on this?
I bought a cast iron waffle thing on the end of a long stick before
Our
for
money.
a fire, and that was about 40 quid. So I'm going to say this has got the fancy pattern, 42.
50.
£74.95.
You've been spending
I
a
paid for
lot
this.
of our money on a history lesson, which I'm normally up for, and today has been fun.
Do you know what I like about these videos? I like when we do stuff that we would never ever do if we weren't trying to make a video.
Prime example. I would happily have all 4 of those vintage gadgets in my kitchen for display purposes only if I had a big country kitchen with enough space.
Agree.
Well, you've heard our chef's thoughts. Why don't you let us know your opinions in the comments down below? And firstly, if you know what that weird waffle irony thing is actually for, let us know. And have you seen any other vintage or antique gadgets from history that you would like us to try and get hold of and review?
I think it's a weapon.
Slowly sinking into this couch.
Who is?
I'm really concerned about this. Who makes a device that looks like that? Ben, it's not worth it.
Ben, stop. I don't like it. Step back, don't like it.
We are sorted. A group of mates from London
Can the
exploring
camera
newest
see
and
me?
best in the world of food whilst trying to have a few laughs along the way.
No.
We've
Oh.
got chefs, we've got
Oh.
normals.
Okay.
A whole
Your
world
tail
of stuff for
occasionally
you to
pokes through.
explore.
Ah!
But everything we do starts with
Oh.
you.
Goodbye. Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Hello, I'm Jamie, and this is Barry. Where's that hickey?
Get off! Right, you see the clip. Yes, this is probably our best ever gadget video ever.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever?
We've decided to mix things up a little bit. We're still going to get our chefs to review some kitchen gadgets, but they're going to do them at the same time.
I'm not sure how this is going to go.
Boys, open your eyes and lift the cloche.
Ta-da!
Double coverage.
Oh! Oh my word! Is that what I think that is?
It's a thingy thing.
For a kebab?
This is the One Concept Kebab Master Pro Vertical Grill.
Pre-marinated meat.
Wowza.
So what we've done for you is finely sliced some lamb leg,
Oh.
thin strips, and then marinated it using a marinade or rub actually from one of the packs with a whole load of other stuff thrown in there for fun. We'll chuck the rub / marinade ingredients down in the description for those of you who want to recreate it.
It smells great, and that is not a quick marinade. That has been doing its thing for a while.
Smells kebabby, doesn't it?
Smells great. Excuse me, Ben.
James, I've done that thing where I've touched meat and now I can't touch the instructions.
I like it when we're on our own.
Yeah, so it actually comes with dangly skewers as well if you wanted to do sheesh.
And or a selection of small vegetables or things.
Dangly
You can do
skewers.
multiple things dangled like mushrooms on here.
Cool.
Yeah, we thought we want you to layer up a proper doner.
It'd be a lot easier if there wasn't 2 chefs.
And a machine between them.
Or just let your skewers dangle.
Oh, look at that.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness, it's amazing!
It's a mini kebab.
We have a whole kebab shop salad bar waiting for you to pack your own kebabs.
Boys, turn it on.
Let's come back to this in 30 to 40 minutes.
Chefs, you can open your eyes now and lift the cloche. Child, isn't he?
What do we think? Gotta have
What is that, a
guess before you
speaker?
move it.
What's shaking in there?
Oh. Grinder?
Coffee grinder.
Not quite. This is the Wakako Nano Presso,
What?
a portable espresso maker. This is for making espresso on the go.
A friend of mine has one of these, and he uses it when he goes camping.
So wait a minute, you want an espresso on the go. You need a Wakako Nano Espresso machine. Also, you need some ground coffee and a flask of boiling water.
Yes.
Hold the NanoPresso with 2 hands, as shown above. One hand like this, and one hand with the palm is going to go, yes, great. Start pumping above the cup. The first 8 pumps.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And then we start the coffee, and that was bang on 8 pumps. It makes it very clear in the instructions, this is for personal use, so it's not, you're not going to be making dozens like this.
Is it a good espresso?
Well, obviously it depends on what product you're putting into it. It's got a good texture to it, a good crema.
Works. It works well.
Do you want to hazard a guess in price?
30 quid.
they're very proud of the time that it took to develop
looks
it.
like an
I think
SC
it's
on
what,
TV
like
product.
35 to 40 even.
I'll get straight to the point. £68.
Oh.
3 payments
I
of,
think
of
the
1999.
market that's aimed for, campers are willing to spend a lot of money.
Very
on that
easy
type of equipment,
payments.
And therefore, I can see how people would buy that.
What they
I
always
think
say.
that has a really good place in a lot of workplaces.
Fair.
Building sites, places like that. Where workshops and or garages.
Farms.
Anywhere that basically you might have access to boiling water. I think now...
Sorry, I can't
Stop!
Seeing
Evans is making a point.
No, but I can imagine sitting here going, what's that noise? What's Ben doing? I hope he's making coffee again.
Oh, look at that crema!
I feel like when you were at school, you'd have gone on work experience to a garage.
Kimmy, thank you.
That would have been
You know,
great.
in between us when Will went to work experience.
yeah.
Window cleaners?
James, useless or not?
It's not useless or not, because it does what it says it does, and it does it
hope
well,
you had a good
but
stream.
it's too expensive.
Ebbers, useless or not?
It's not aimed at me, but I think even at that price, that is useful.
How's it looking, boys?
It's looking good.
The globules of drippy fat.
Well, we've got another great gadget for you in the meantime. Would you like to lift the cloche?
Ta-da! Ooh, hello.
This looks like the kind of thing that I
Blue.
do with Ben. Ooh, oh.
I think it's
Oh,
a grippy thing, but I don't
Dabba
imagine,
dee
I can't
dabba
imagine
die.
before. Is it supposed to?
Is it another
Yeah.
one? I don't think I'd have ever got to that.
Baking trays. Oh, I know my silicon.
You're right. This is the Mio Mitt, the magnetic ergonomic oven mitt.
And obviously, because we love to plan, you have a preheated baking tray in the oven ready to test these with.
I'll tell you what, my fridge is next to my oven at home, so mine will just be on the
dangerous.
fridge.
It's good, but you've got to be careful, haven't you?
It's so close to being really amazing, but this bit needs to be a little bit longer, so you can really get your like.
My hand hurts with the
This was
with a
actually
grip like that. Just
crowdfunded
thinking
on
about
Indiegogo.
that.
In concept, it's genius because where you go, I need to get something out of the oven and I haven't got an oven glove to hand or a dry tea towel, but to have it
You
on
know,
your
just in
hob
case you
or
don't
on
have an
the
oven
fridge
mate and
next
you
to
went
it
out your way to
or
buy one.
Hello.
whatever, just right there. That's
It's
really
so good, they're just really poorly designed.
I feel like you need a deeper thumb hole, deeper
But it
finger
is
holes,
tore. Oh,
and
just all over the
possibly
place. Yeah.
a narrower thing to actually, because you've lost dexterity because
like
you've
a
got it
little
in,
bit of a-
you need a chute to get underneath the tray
Yeah.
on an oven. I mean, I get the magnetic bit, but it's not strong enough magnet if it's got anything on the tray.
Don't give your judgment or prices quite yet, because we're going to get you to review another gadget, and these might come in handy whilst reviewing that. Kebabs are so good.
Something about eggs.
What?
Poaching pockets.
Ebbers,
Egg.
you're bang on. These are poaching.
What?
Egg poaching bags are a brilliant new
Poachies.
invention. They make the tricky task of poaching eggs in water into a quick, easy, and simple task. Place the pouch open in a cup and
It's
crack
like
in an
another
egg.
seen on TV
Lift out,
product.
pulling the cup together. Hold for a second in a pan of water, then place it in. The pouch magically closes. Your egg will be cooked to perfection.
Interesting, they are dripping.
Yeah,
So they're
that's,
not
that's why it says immediately, I guess.
Set a timer for 4.5 minutes.
I guess this will make doing multiple eggs at the exact same time a lot easier.
And I think you've got certainly a lot more control with this.
I have real trouble with poached eggs. Can't do them, or very inconsistently. And I've tried the vinegar method and I've tried the salt water method, and I just can't get them right. The shape, they just end up going, and they're rubbish.
That
so
is 100% your eggs.
Is it?
The eggs have to be fresh, and for poached eggs, I wouldn't use a fridge cold egg.
Okay.
Because you need a fresh egg, and if the egg is fresh, it will want to cling to itself. It won't want to spread out.
Great. Well, I'm learning stuff.
Remove each poachy with tongs or a slotted spoon and place on paper towel. Allow to drain and cool slightly. Then this is the important bit. Grip the poachy by the bottom seam and shake firmly but gently, and it should slide back out. As predicted, very uniform.
Well, is it cooked?
Firmly but
Cooking is
gently.
down to the
That's what
timing of the
she
individual.
said.
We went for 4.5 minutes, and it's a good poached egg. It's a poached egg. It's got a good runny yolk. You could do multiple at a time. You can keep control.
Do you think for someone like me, it will be useful because I physically can't make a poached egg?
That's a lie.
Maybe. I think everyone can poach an egg, and I think it's one of the easiest things to do if you're prepared to give it a go and follow the instructions.
And your Neomit, one of the selling points is that you can grip the sides of the pan, not get burnt. Does it feel safe? Does it feel grippy?
Feels safe and grippy.
So let's talk poachies first and then Neomit. How much do you think for a pack of 6 poachies?
50p.
If that's more than 10% the cost of the egg, if that's more than 3p, then I think we've got a problem.
A pack of 6 is £1.65. Equates to about 27p per.
So that costs more than the egg you're going to cook in it.
Oh.
What do you think? Useless or not, James?
They're pretty useless, yeah.
Okay. And the Neomit. How much do you think for a set of 2?
£10. £9.99.
I think £9.99 is a fair gambit, and I wish they had a deeper thumbhole.
£15.
Not magnetic, but for 15 quid you could buy 7 or 8 tea towels.
Yeah, £9.99 seems
Just
more
buy another mitt.
Useless or not?
Yes.
Or like a bunch of tea towels, yeah.
Annoyingly so, because I quite like the concept, but yeah, useless.
Yeah, amazing concept.
Good luck.
Wow! It's a power tool. What is
Oh,
this?
here it is.
Whoa,
Oh,
what
here
is
we go.
this?
Gloving up.
What? Whoa, whoa.
Ooh, there are blades involved in
Oh
that.
my, what?
This is so worrying.
I am very worried about this.
What are we boring into?
And why do we have to clamp it to something? Scraping head. That's a scraping head. Yeah, go on.
What is really firm that you'd want to scrape the inside of that is that shape?
Oh, I really hope it's like a Parmesan cheese wheel.
Guys, this is the electric coconut meat.
It's so
scraper.
dangerous.
Oh my god. Get it away from me.
It's so dangerous.
Horrendous.
You're not plugged in yet, are you?
I'm not plugged in.
You might want to read the instructions on this one.
Mate, I'm not touching this one.
Thrown in a little bonus gadget as well. Look at that.
I'm not touching that either.
Ooh, that is lovely.
Is it?
It's good
That's
coconut water,
delicious.
right?
Fresh
They're doing
coconut
whatever
cheese
it takes to avoid
milk is
using
actually
this horrible
delicious.
machine.
Right.
Crack it.
Oh,
Gadget number 1 works brilliantly.
clean.
Oh, all right.
Oh. No, but I agree that
Very
the method is very, very
To be
good.
fair, whenever I look around a kitchen, like, I don't want to use any of these knives to do that because they're good knives. So this is okay.
Really concerned about this.
I am nervous.
Here goes. Attach K-Drive on a strong table. Wear anti-cut protective gloves.
Too creamy?
You put them
Wait,
on. You volunteered.
fresh coconut milk isn't creamy.
Who makes a device that looks like that?
I'm not left-handed, so I think you should do it, mate.
I'm not doing that.
Number 4, we were already ahead of the curve. Make sure the power cord is not connected while you attach this.
That's number 4.
Wouldn't it be amazing if this actually was just excellent?
Oh god!
It beat.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it.
The juice of the coconut. I don't know what you call
What
it.
are you doing?
Whatever's in the inside of a
Take
coconut.
half a coconut, hold tightly with both hands.
Oh, come on, mate. Oh,
Where
get
do you
back in the
even
kitchen.
get
I
coconut
want to be in the
milk?
kitchen.
Oh,
It's not a pleasant experience.
look at that.
There's no purchase on a coconut, so it's not a pleasant experience. Let's put it up a bit.
Evans, careful, mate.
Ben, it's not worth it, mate.
Ben.
Ben, it's not worth it.
Ben.
Stop.
Ben, no, don't like it. Step back, don't like it.
We've tested it. We've tested
Step
it.
back, don't like it. Right, let's put it away.
We care too much about you. You've got to
Stop it.
stop there.
Very firm flesh, shaved into beautiful coconut
Could
snow.
you stop it? It's a health hazard. Nobody should buy this.
That scared the absolute
Yeah,
crap out
didn't
of me
like that.
watching.
Great as these might be, they're not. I don't think that
They're
would...
rubber gloves.
What other gadgets are out there that can help you shave a coconut?
Spoon, teaspoon.
Let's move
I'm
swiftly
looking
on.
out just
Guess a
looking
price.
at that.
Can I just say, I think I've seen videos of people in street markets using one of those to do 100, 200 coconuts a day. That is not for home use. That is not for domestic use. And I don't think it's particularly safe because there's no safeguard on it, and these are rubbish.
How much?
Oh yeah, that was the question,
Thanks,
wasn't it?
mate.
I just went on a bit of a rant there.
See?
But what I want to say is, it doesn't matter how much, 'cause I don't think it's aimed at us. I think it's a professional outfit. I would say it's probably 60 quid.
50 quid.
£59.80, 20p off,
Whoa.
Feathers.
Whoa.
Well done. We will leave it at that. Oh! You know what that means? It's kebab time. I am buzzing.
I put my life on the line today. This is my reward.
Oh man, that looks and
That
smells
looks so
amazing.
good.
Start the wraps.
I mean, it's lamb, so a little bit of pink's okay,
Oh.
but that could take another hour.
So how long?
Strangely cute seeing a kebab that
best
small.
bit is that as it's
Tiny
cooking,
little
all the fats drip
kebabi.
into that bowl, which you then carve the meat into.
I want to
together,
get.
and
I
you
want to
get
eat a
all those
kebab
amazing
now.
marinating fatty juices on the meat.
A whole
And then you
kebab.
have to- It's great. So great.
What are you getting from a rotisserie that you wouldn't get from under the grill at home?
What was that? Greek food, right?
Slower.
Because what you don't do is
Mediterranean.
cook
Mediterranean.
half the meat from the top down to the middle,
So,
then turn it over
yeah,
to the other half
it's
from the
Middle
bottom down
Eastern
to the middle.
too.
You're constantly heating the whole thing evenly.
It smells exactly like a kebab shop.
I've often considered that.
Oh, mate.
I haven't had lamb in a while. I should go get some.
I'd say it's better because you know what's gone into it. You've made your own marinade.
It works.
Yep.
How
I
much,
only had
however,
lamb like
do you think it sells
maybe
for? and Will that
once.
change your mind?
I have to
pretty good.
put this in the same realm as a desktop pizza oven. I think it's one of those things you'll do
pizza oven?
occasionally with a group of friends. And I would
Yeah,
put it in a
th-
similar
this
price
channel,
bracket to that
these videos are
particular
going to send me
kit.
down a rabbit hole for this
I
channel.
think it was about £100. So I would say 90 quid for that.
I was gonna
It's a
say
very
that's-
expensive toaster.
I think it's 75 quid, 80 quid.
Oh, more than
75.
that.
Oh,
Would
more
you
than
still
that.
think it was a good product?
Like 200.
Pay £89.99 for it.
Oh.
Really? That's it?
Yeah, absolutely. You
Oh,
can
yeah,
make
that's-
some amazing things on that, and you don't have to limit yourself to lamb.
Well, boys,
I thought it'd be
useless
like
or not,
180
you decide.
something.
Not.
Yeah.
Just in case you missed the first two prompts, here's another one. Give the video a like and make sure you've clicked the bell to get your notifications turned on, because on Wednesday we're going to be reviewing the best and maybe the worst Christmas presents for foodies. Will they be good? Will they be dreaders? Who knows?
Either way, there's lots of gift ideas there for you.
Or
Fingers
not.
crossed. Or not. Depends how much you like the person.
Or the gift.
I'm so glad you're back, because it's Dad Joke of the Week.
A
Oh.
friend of mine bought an old aeroplane.
Uh-oh.
Put it up next to an airport, took the wings off, turned it into a restaurant.
Right.
I mean, it's all right, but I don't think it's going to take off.
Oh my god.
We'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
As we
Like
mentioned,
sorted
we don't
so
just
much,
make
yeah.
quality YouTube videos. We've built the Sorted Club, where we use the best things we've learned to create
Lol.
stuff that's hopefully interesting and useful to other food lovers.
Oh,
Check it out
my
if you're
fucking
interested.
eyes. Jesus.
Oh, sorry, I think I just flipped something. Oh, sorry.
How did I get there?
I'm not entirely sure how
That's
did
not
get
going to
there.
help.
I love having both of them in the kitchen at the same
I
time.
didn't realise how much they flirted.
Aww.
That's so tender. Really concerned about it.
Pause. BRB.
John's Kitchen. I think I will also take this opportunity to get up and stretch.
Stretchies.
Go float in the corner right here.
Oh, your AFK animation, yeah. Same moment. Welcome back.
So chat's the bring core back button. You just had to boop them and ta-da!
I almost opened up my water bottle and put my AirPod in it.
Oh no. That would be bad, yeah.
I don't think it would taste very good.
Mm-mm.
Okay, let's go. I got water.
Sensitive. Oh, good.
Blub blub blub.
Kitty.
You found your Yomogi? Good job.
Kitty. Oh, you're getting all dirty. Oh. Oh my god. It's a shoulder cat.
Okay, let's go get more ingredients, buddy.
Kitty cat.
Hi guys, I'm sorry
Oh my
for the last
god.
but my house and kitchen are finally
Are
done.
those like
I named this channel like this 10 years ago, and now I can
cat
cook in
shelves?
my own kitchen. Thank you so much.
Oh.
I don't think that one's a cat shelf.
This time I'm making traditional Japanese sweets called sanshoku dango and mitarashi dango. Sanshoku dango is 3 different colored dumplings, and mitarashi dango is grilled dumplings with sweet soy sauce syrup. The 3 colors are usually pink, white, and green. One of the theories suggests that the color pink stands for sakura and spring, white for snow and winter, and green for grass and summer.
Cats are so dainty. Oh my god.
Now you're stuck.
Oh no. The cat just
Gotta stay hunched over like that.
I'm using sakura and yomogi for sanshoku dango, but you don't have to use them. You can just use food coloring.
This cat. Deposit cat on shelf.
Blood.
Ah.
First, I'm going to make yomogi paste. This will be used for green dango.
Oh.
You can use matcha green tea powder instead of green food coloring if you like.
This is his 3rd or 4th break.
Oh.
Oh, cat wheel.
Negi! Such a healthy boy.
Eee.
Next, I'm going to make dango dough. Mix rice flour, sugar, and hot water in a bowl until it becomes as soft as cat beans.
You could throw that against the wall.
Soft as cat beans.
Beans.
Bean.
Oh.
Still watching?
It's soft. Ooh.
Oh.
But somewhat, like, bounces back. It's a very pleasant feeling, I would say. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Queen. Oh, you don't need any food coloring for that last one. Ball.
Ball.
This one is for Mitarashi Dango.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Boil them for about 5 minutes until they all float. And then continue boiling for 1 more minute.
Fish them
Cold
out.
water. Skewer them on a bamboo stick, and done.
Dango. 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 Dango.
You can make them any color or size you like. I made some
Dango.
pastel blue and yellow for my wife, since these are her favorite colors. Next, I'm going to make the syrup for Mitarashi Dango. Mix potato starch, sugar, and soy sauce in a pot at a medium-low heat for about a minute until it becomes thick.
With
Next,
5
I'm going to
C's.
Chapo grill the dango. You can use a toaster oven or frying pan instead.
Careful, don't drown.
Oh, that looks weird. Oh. Oh. Fire.
Bless you.
Sticky, gooey.
Ta-da! Smells good, sounds good.
Yosh.
Yosh. Oh. Oh.
Looks so good. Smells good. Itadakimasu.
That one on the left was seconds
Taste
away
of
from
Japanese
taking a bite out of that.
Add more syrup.
I think the issue is that the syrup is like falling off. Oh.
Sanshoku dango mo oishii. Okay. Right, I'm gonna take my time to eat more dango. Okay. Oh, Nagi's his. I don't even know how many times.
Oh.
His 5th or 6th or 7th cartwheel break. Yeah, exercise time. Such a healthy boy. Ow!
Oh.
Smell good? Pokey, there's no sauce on my finger anymore. Why are you still licking? Thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys later. Bye.
DIY? Did you guys see that video I sent you, son?
Yeah, it's in the queue.
One of my favorite things, one of my hidden treasures that I'm about to share with the world. Wasabi crab mac and cheese. It's the type of mac and cheese that will be dancing on
Wasabi. Did he say wasabi?
I think he said wasabi.
We live, we lit, we
Okay.
going, back in the building. Oh look, it's sauce time. We throw that butter in. We're gonna let this melt. You just wanted to have a delicate kick, a little accent of wasabi. That's a fair amount. This is an infusion process. The last time I made crab meat macaroni and cheese, I was at a close friend of mine's house, and he lives close to a sushi place that we love. And it was either I cook crab meat mac and cheese or we get sushi. So just the fact sushi was in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, let me throw some wasabi in the crab meat mac and cheese. And now we're here. Damn, just this wasabi and butter is just permeating in the atmosphere right now. It smells amazing. I'm gonna add some flour to this. I'm gonna thicken it up a little bit. See, now we have like a beautiful buttery
Rooks.
wasabi-esque paste. I'm gonna add some milk to this. And here we go, whisking away.
He made a
Make sure
rooks.
nothing burns, make sure nothing gets stuck to the pan. Looks like this boiling water is ready. We're gonna use shells because I'm incorporating crab meat. I figure we keep it ocean oriented. You know, aquatic motion. It says on the box about 11 minutes. We're gonna go 9 because we're gonna continue to cook this when we bake it in the oven.
Using the shells to keep it ocean themed.
You gotta keep whisking because it gets crazy. With lack of whisking, this starts to stick together.
Because it's
and it's
crab
soggy.
meat.
That's not how we want it. We need this smooth spread across evenly. I'm gonna drop some Asiago in here. I'm gonna add more milk to it too. Wow, what a beautiful
Oh, what?
smell. Oh look, more cheese. We have a sharp white cheddar. They're both good, flavorful. They're not overpowering. Like, you don't want to drop a Jarlsberg in here or something because that'll just throw it off. When in doubt on how much cheese to use, the answer is a lot. But feel free to alter my recipes. At the end of the day, life's about changing things. So if you want to use another cheese, use another cheese. Just don't use yellow American. I hate that. Please. And we're going to give it a peppery kick. I'm drinking a mean orange, you know? I'm kind of big on orange wines. Like, that might be my type of choice. White, red, rosé. No. Orange.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to fight a bull. I don't know if that's exactly how they do it, but that's not the type of rush I'm into. This will be a good gift. Woo! By now the steam has ruined the interior of my watch. Looks like this is ready. Now we want to shock the pasta. Shock the pasta. Shock the pasta. It's in shock right now.
Oh.
We got it. You got it, dude.
Oh, look, it's sink shells. Crab meat. I know certain restaurants where they still don't do seafood and cheese, but this is the New Testament. We do things a little different now. Crab is actually my favorite crustacean, despite popular belief.
How do you even get,
Spot that has a lobster roll. You know if they make a good
despite
lobster roll, they
popular
make a good
belief?
Crab roll. Crab is just the superior crustacean, so that's what I'm
How do they get that much crab meat?
I may save a little
Can you just buy it like crab meat?
only seasoning needed
That sounds
in this recipe,
expensive.
Old Bay. We want the Old Bay to hit the crab directly, which is why I didn't put it in the sauce because there's a bond between crab and Old Bay, and we're not gonna dilute that with sauce of any sort. It needs to stick to the crab, stick to the shells. Who am I kidding? I'm not saving any crab. As perfect as this looks, I feel like something's missing. Splash! Oh, that's amazing. We have the best cheese sauce you ever seen in your life.
Is he gonna bake it?
Look at that. And you could just smell that wasabi. The blend of these two cheeses. Make sure every little piece of crab meat and every shell is kissed with the right amount of cheese. We're gonna leave this in the oven for 20-25 minutes. 425 is perfect. Oh man, yo, this is so crazy. but there's still levels to this, so we're gonna start putting the
Oh,
rest of the cheese on.
more
top. It's gonna be
cheese.
amazing. There's several times when I'm in the kitchen and I do this recipe, and I think, am I gonna go panko or am I going traditional? Today, we're going both.
Oh,
Let's start with traditional. Just to give it an extra crunch on top. It separates it from a non-baked macaroni and cheese. And then we're going panko. Panko gives it a really special, crispy crunch on top. And I kind of feel, since this is wasabi related, panko's straight out of Japan, you know, we're going to keep going with the theme here. Can't neglect the corners.
sure, dude.
Everything always goes right back to the corner. Now I'm going to put this back in the oven. I say about 10 minutes. We just get this crispy, pull it out, let it sit for a minute. Perfection. Look at it bubbling. Look at the texture, the complexity, the magnificence. Asiago, wasabi, and Old Bay hit me in the face. Like, who's ever smelled that combination before? 10 minutes later, we let everything cool off and solidify. Truth be told, I wish I could put birthday candles in this, because this is better than any cake I ever received. I'm gonna go right to the center, right to the belly of the beast.
Oh.
It's outrageous. It should be outlawed. This is the type of dish that could start and end a war. The wasabi gives it the kick that it needs. It's perfect. It's a perfect blend, but you know, don't trust me. Delve in for yourself. For the recipe, click the link below.
This guy is chaotic.
You're laughing. This is a serious process. I mean, it may look crazy. A man in a colorful sweater with a little
Do
spoon
without the
in his hand,
wasabi, but everything else
Yo,
is
I know
pretty
what
good.
favorite things. One of my
Crab goes so
favorite
well with
things.
mac
One of
and
my
cheese. And lobster.
Beach barbecue delivery cut.
Remember to stay.
Oh, it
hydrated
got
too,
delivered
Chad.
to them on the beach?
Yeah.
Oh, it comes with everything you need. Jesus. That sounds kind of as a silly service.
What do you gotta do? Go to the store. yourself.
Marshmallows.
Oh damn, they even brought the Coke.
This just makes me want to watch that camping anime again.
Eurocamp?
Yeah. Still need to watch like, I think the second season of it.
I haven't watched any of it.
It is super comfy anime.
Was that the one where it's isekai'd into another world and has cooking skills, or am I thinking of something else?
No, it's just
It's not an
it's where we go
isekai.
camping. That's basically it.
A different anime.
Oh. Charcoal. Skewers. Oh. It's 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 a paper craft as well.
Oh.
What?
Matches.
What is that? What? Oh.
Too windy.
It's a lighter.
Special flameless charcoal. You light the four corners to start it up.
That sounds dangerous. I suppose once it starts turning color, you know that it's on fire.
Nuggies.
Nuggets.
That does sound kind of odd to barbecue.
Yeah. Hot dogs.
Crab.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's imitation crab. It's a wild thing that you can just have you delivered to you on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay them more and have them set it up for you.
Ooh, buttered buns.
Oh.
Gotta toast the buns.
Buttered.
I'll show you some buttered buns. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Burnt it.
It's a little charred, but it's fine. Cheese.
Cheese. The burgers look done. Oh god, that's a lot of sauce.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, they don't look like beef.
Oh.
The freaking crunch putting that skewer through the burnt bun.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You're not gonna acknowledge that you burned it, dude?
Just ignore that, okay?
Shop nearby is selling at double the cost. What are you gonna do with all that ice, though?
Eat it.
Keep using the cup. Keep refilling.
He only has one bottle of Coke. Oh, yeah. That's what the fan is for, I guess.
Hour 30 minutes.
Huh. It looks like it could fall apart quite easily.
Tender.
And lucky, lucky? What do you mean lucky?
Lucky.
Luckily, it's...
Oh, this would be bad if it wasn't cooked all the way through. So many chats.
Jumbo chicken satay. Chicken yakitori. Sambal sotong. Chili squid.
Chili squid.
Oh. I like listening to the water.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna eat that other part of the chicken? I guess he has a lot of food to get through.
Man, I do miss going to the beach.
Breakfast says you're cute.
Huh? What?
Look at the people on Discord.
This...
How dare. How dare, sir.
Fenris says that Etitus is cute.
Oh. I just heard cute. I was like, what? What happened?
Yes, you are, Core.
What?
Yes, Core is the cute one here.
No, Addie. No, they said Addie is cute.
And I say Core is cute.
What?
I also say Core is cute.
What?
I think you're outvoted here, Core.
Where's Corona? What, fat free? Why would there be fat in marshmallows?
Squishy. Hooray, repurposing. Oh, hello, Radbird. Stop and pick up a shell.
Oh.
Need to load more.
Hollow Knight speedruns are frankly quite
Oh.
fascinating.
Oh, wait,
Every
this one.
single skip, strategy, and route has a story behind it, and as a speedrunner, I could talk
Mostly
about this
food
for hours.
videos.
So today I picked one of the most interesting stories in all of Hollow Knight speedrunning to do a deep dive on. The story of Hollow Knight's most broken charm, and the story of how one great hopper changed everything. Let's get into it. If you're the average player, or, you know, read the video title, you might notice that there's something slightly off with this image. Notably, there's a charm in the S tier that seems like it doesn't belong. Yeah, that's right. Today, I'll be telling you why Shaman Stone is the worst charm in the game. Yeah, no. This is the story of the charm that could deal an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage, could multiply your Geogain dozens of times, and kill bosses before even entering the arena. This is the story of the charm that was patched again and again and again and again, yet somehow remained incredibly powerful. Today, I'm taking a deep dive into what makes this charm the most broken charm in the game to this day, and how it has come to be useful in Hollow Knight speedruns across a variety of categories and patches, despite how Team Cherry tried to fix it over and over and over and over and over. You get the point. This is the story of Flukenest.
I don't know if I've used this charm.
Weird, to say the least. Aside from being obtained upon beating,
I've yet to play this game, so I have no idea.
Oh, yikes.
It's a good game.
It's actually a very unique charm.
Yeah.
There is no other equipable in the game that can alter
Did that
the
say
functionality
hot? Ooh,
of
woo?
one of your main spells. But before we get to the fun stuff, let's get some
It's
quick
strange I
facts
haven't played
sorted
it yet.
out.
I love
I'll try to be
Metroid
brief about
VDS.
this so that we can move on to the actually interesting part of this video. I promise. Flukenest replaces
Ori's
the
on the
player's
list too,
horizontal spell cast
soon to
with a
be
shotgun-like burst of 9
Needs
to
to be
16
played.
flukes, Provincial Spirit and Shade Soul respectively. This leads to a total cast damage of 36 for the former and 64 for the latter, since the flukes do 4 damage each. Flukenest is also buffed by Shaman Stone, just like the regular spells. With Shaman Stone equipped, each fluke deals 5 damage instead of 4, increasing the total damage to 45 for base spells and 80 for Shade Soul. Oh, and it also costs 3 entire notches, which is a very, very steep price. At this point, you would be completely right to dismiss this charm, because why would you spend extra 3 notches to drastically cut down the range of your spell when you could just Shade Soul double hit and deal 80 damage anyway? If this is what you're thinking right now, then you would be correct. Sort of. Let me explain. If this was all there is to the charm, you would be completely right to dismiss it. But here's the catch. What I just described is how the charm is supposed to work. The reality is that Flukenest is far from a properly functioning charm.
Oh, no.
The evolution of Flukenest over the years is a very interesting story to take a look at. I sat down and researched the changes made to the charm across every single patch and beta of the game, and here's what I found. Let's get into it. Part 1. Broken Beginnings. For the first half year of the game's release, Flukenist was quite an overlooked charm. It dealt weak damage and generally wasn't worth the hassle of equipping.
turn the video
Something
up
to keep
some
in
more.
mind though is that the charm only used to cost 2 notches as opposed to the current day 3. However, everything changed
Also,
overnight
Fenris
when
says that
Team
Core is
Cherry
cute as
released
well.
a Hidden
The
Dreams
fuck?
content update. Hidden Dreams truly had everything a person
Tyson
could hope
agrees.
for. 2 new
I'm
awesome
gonna
boss fights with a new soundtrack
Oop,
to accompany
both
them.
of them.
Dreamgate, a new stag station, and of course, a massive buff to Flukenist. The charm's damage had been buffed significantly. Quick side note, the official patch notes published by William Pellin on August 3rd, 2017 didn't specify how big this buff was, which I think is part of the reason that no one really knew how powerful it had become. That is, no one except for the speedrunners. Flukenist was now dealing an entire 112
I
damage
bet seems
per
to have
forecast
left out the fact that Fenrir also said
Shaman
Senscue.
and 144 damage with Shaman equipped. For some perspective,
Sun
if you
is
had the
cute.
maximum nail upgrade, as well as both strength and fury active at the same time, you would only be dealing 56 damage per nail hit, exactly half of what a non-Shaman Stone, let me repeat, non-Shaman Stone Fluke would deal in a single cast. But there's more. Here comes the spicy part. While buffing the charm, Team Cherry somehow dropped a big plate of spaghetti code on top of it, and weirdness ensued as weirdness does. Somehow, Flukenist now had the ability to kill the same enemy multiple times. You can now, for example, kill a single Watcher 6 different times with a single cast
What?
of Flukes, which would trick the game into thinking that 6 separate Watcher Knights had been vanquished and instantly
What?
fight. The same mistake in Flukenist's code also made it possible to multiply Geogain from an enemy, such as Gorgeous Husk, for example, by killing Flukes. This would earn you thousands upon thousands of Geo from a single cast of the spell. The powers of Team
I
Cherry's
bet
spaghetti
Mooger knows
code
about
had granted
this.
the speedrunners a miracle, and use it they did. You need Geo? 6,000 Geo from Gorgeous
No.
Husk, coming right up. You're doing the Colosseum of Fools? I dupe it all. I don't know what's going on. I can't explain this to you. I literally don't understand what's going on the screen right now, because it's all just so broken and weird and... Moving on. Hollow Knight had a new, most powerful charm, and the glorious reign of Flukenist had begun. The glorious reign of Flukenist lasted for about 3 days, when Team Cherry realized their mistake and promptly patched out all of the weirdness on update 1.1.1.6. The spaghetti had been unspilled. It was over. F's in the chat. The runners had had their fun, and it was time to move on. Or was it? The charm was still ridiculously powerful, with or without the duplicate kill glitch, and quickly became a part of the new meta. Flukenist stayed completely unchanged throughout the Grim Troop update, all the way until the Lifeblood update. This is an important detail to mention, since most main categories are run on patch 1.2.2.1, the final patch of the Grim Troop DLC. Most notable use of Flukenist is actually seen in the 106% category, which is the maximum completion category equivalent for that patch. Part 2, the 1221 era, the golden age
Did I
of
turn it up? I
Glitch's Flukenist.
think I did.
Along with patching the multi-kill glitch,
You
Team
don't need
Cherry
your
also
volume, sir?
nerfed the charm by 1 Shaman Stone. In other words, the charm now dealt 112 damage per cast with Shaman Stone and only 80 without. Despite this, it was still a ridiculous amount of damage and very much worth the cost, especially considering the fact that it only used to cost 2 notches. And wouldn't you've guessed, without knowing, Team Cherry had somehow managed to break the charm again, in a slightly more subtle way this time. In changing the mechanics of the charm to fix the previously stated issues, along with a bug that made Fluke simply not interact with some bosses, Team Cherry inadvertently broke it again. Now, Flukes didn't have the stagger combo count of bosses, and therefore weren't able to wake up bosses who were staggered. This might seem like a very minor thing, but it was able to cause absolute carnage in boss fights. You could, for example, stagger a boss like Hornet 2, spam a few cast of Flukes, and there you go, that's 350 health gone. Some bosses, like Nosk and Brooding Moloch, could even be killed before you even entered the arena. This was due to them having their hitboxes exposed before the fight began. Since Flukeness didn't interact with stagger values at all, you were free to simply hurl a few flukes into the boss from safety, sometimes ending the fight before it even started. I could keep listing fluke quick kill strats forever, man. They're so much fun to look at. Like, take this Marmy one, for example, where you shoot 2 flukes into the corner and she just flies straight in and dies immediately. For those that want to see a few more of these, I highly recommend you check out Scruffy's 106% world record. Stuff is wild. But then, one dark April night in 2018, Team Cherry released the Lifeblood update. Speedrunners watched in shock as their beloved glitches and speed strats were taken away from them. Lever skips? Gone. Wall cling storage? Gone. Inventory drops and explosion pogo? Kinda gone? I don't really know how to explain this one. Moving on. This was the great culling of glitches. But worst of all is what they did to poor Flukenest. Team Cherry had finally seen what the charm was capable of, and decided to end it right then and there. And end it they did. On patch 1.3.1.5, otherwise known as the Lifeblood update, Flukenest was patched into the ground. 80 damage with Shaman Stone, 64 without. No more broken interactions. The speedrunners pleaded, "Will you at least let us keep the 2-notch cost now that the charm is literally worthless?" Nuh-uh, Team Cherry said. 3. Team Cherry had set their foot down. Flukenest was now so incredibly unusable that everyone simply forgot about it. But hey, look at this cool boss they added! Part 3. The Dark Ages. After the Lifeblood patch, Flukenest sunk back into the shadows, now a shriveled husk of its former self. Which is a weird description because it already kinda looked like a shriveled husk thing before. Of course, speedrunners could still downpatch, but Flukenest went from a top contender among charms to being considered one of the worst pieces of garbage in the game, which is very generous considering the existence of Heavy Blow. Oh, so now you're clicking off the video? I'm not allowed to install Heavy Blow, huh? This charm literally sucks in every way except for the name, because god does this charm blow heavily. Like, it really blows other charms out of the water pretty heavily when it comes to literally decreasing your nail damage output by pushing enemies away from you. Yeah, I know it lowers the stagger criteria on bosses, but like, cool, you can still unlock Loskin anyway, nice waste of notches. Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Dude,
moving on.
Hello?
Flukenest remained in the shadows for a long time. All the Lifeblood patches came and went, and so did the Godmaster ones. After the release of patch 1.4.3.2 on August 27th of 2018, Hollow Knight would not receive another update for over 2.5 years. The game was finished now, and runners knew there wouldn't ever be another era of Flukenest glory. Or so they thought, since Team Cherry, being Team Cherry, had broken the charm again in time for Godmaster and forgotten to include the changes in the patch notes. Cause, of course they did. They're Team Cherry. Because they didn't include anything mentioning Flukenest in the patch notes, no one bothered
What's wrong
to
with
look.
Team Cherry?
But as the years passed, it was only a matter of time until this groundbreaking discovery was made. Between the years of 2018 and 2021, Flukenest became somewhat of a meme with current patch runners. And since there were no new updates to the game that could mix things up, it was kind of forgotten. No one tried to find out if the charm was still somehow viable because there wasn't really a reason to. It would never be as good as it once was and no changes were being made to it ever again. Now, where does this great hopper that I mentioned earlier fit into this picture? Well, let's talk about the Great Hopper. It took the speedrunning community almost 3 years to discover Flukenest's newfound efficiency. On the 6th of June 2021, speedrunner EarlyNaut posted a clip of themselves dealing an unusual amount of damage with the charm while fighting a Great Hopper. Somehow EarlyNaut had managed to kill a Great Hopper with a single cast of flukes, despite flukes dealing 80 damage and the Hopper having an entire 130 hit points. A mix of confusion and amusement arose in the speedrunning community. Of course, Team Cherry had managed to break the charm again. It was now just a question of finding
Why does he keep taking shots at Team Cherry?
and how to harness the brokenness for combat. Upon analysis of the footage and testing of the charm, runners concluded that there was something funky going on with Flukenest's hitboxes. The Great Hopper had gotten hit initially, then somehow fallen back on top of the hitboxes of the cast, which were lingering for an unintended amount of time. This meant
Oh,
that Flukeness
no!
projectiles could seemingly damage a single enemy multiple times if the enemy in question was shifting its hitboxes over the flukes, potentially dealing upwards of 300 damage per cast in certain situations. This was an absolutely massive discovery. At first, runners assumed this change had happened as part of the new 1.5 betas Team Cherry had been releasing recently. But soon they found out that this had been a thing ever since the Godhome DLC originally released 3 years prior. Looking back, it's absolutely crazy that such a big thing passed right under everyone's noses for so long. Either way, runners got to work, testing which bosses this was effective on. The discoveries made prove you could shave off incredible time on most bosses, but especially ones such as White Defender and Nosk if you knew how to use the flukes properly. The strategies were gimmicky, but once you learned to understand the hitboxes, you could unleash utter carnage. Both runners of the 107% and 112% all Pantheon bosses categories started theorizing about adapting to Flukeness routes once again. But the ones who were the first to do it were the Pantheon runners. Very soon, Flukeness use started popping up in Pantheon 1 individual level world records, and it was clear that Flukeness was here to stay. Despite all the patching and fixing attempts, here it was once again being used at a top level. It took a while to bring Flukeness to the big 100% categories, and due to the routing of getting Flukeness early, it didn't save as much time as many as hoped. 112% all Pantheon bosses speedrun world record Valigo, who was the first to implement the fluke route into the category, estimated it was a matter of half a minute at most. And that brings us to the current day. We thought we would never see the day where Flukeness was viable on current patch again, yet here we are. I guess the one takeaway from this story that matters is the following. Always test out Flukeness after a Hollow Knight update, even if it's not in the patch notes. Historically, it has always worked. Thank you for watching.
You mean 2 times?
Oh, and always remember to kill great hoppers for no reason. Who knows what you'll find? Hollow Knight speedruns are frankly quite fast.
So I only half cooked this
Historically, it's
lobster
happened every
because
time.
It's going to go into the fryer and then it's going to get stir fried in the wok.
2 means every time.
Just like all the best Chinese dishes, this comes together really quickly.
I had a nickel for every time it happened.
Prosperity Jerk Lobster is our take on crispy wok stir-fried lobster that you can get in Chinatown at 2 a.m. when you're at a table full of chefs. So this is how we get the lobster ready for service. This is our 3-step dredge method. So it starts off with a dry, and then next we go into wet. So for every lobster, this is exactly how we do it, one at a time. All right, now the lobster goes in the fryer. While that's getting crispy, we're gonna get started on the sauce as well. This is where it gets intense. Cooking with a wok was such a different learning experience. This is jerk butter. A lot of the restaurants that I worked in were predominantly French ones. Onions, so I didn't get a chance to use a wok as much. Peppers, some Maggi sauce. It's not easy at all. Lobster goes in, like all the mise en place has to be done way ahead.
Devastated.
And you can't be like about. Like you have to be like super dialed in. Ready to plate? I came from the world of fine dining, French cuisine, working in 3 Michelin-starred restaurants, and I learned a ton of techniques. Back on for a quick sec. It's Ritz cracker crumbs and a bit more butter. But I think it's hilarious that they would be snobby towards our use of things like Ritz crackers. It's delicious, and if somebody's too stush to enjoy the things that we're doing, then they can go to another restaurant. Prosperity Jerk Lobster. Chinese people go way back in Jamaica. There's generations and generations of us there. When we first opened, people had no idea that this culture, much less this cuisine, existed.
Let's go.
It's 8:30, time to start getting on some jerk chicken. This is Chef Nick, my right hand when it comes to jerking chicken.
Yep, the chicken man. We go through a lot of chicken here, man. A lot of chicken.
Check out this jerk paste. This is scallions, Scotch bonnet, soy sauce. This is what put us on the map.
One of the major stuff for jerk chicken, you want to get all the right inside the cavities.
Deep inside.
Deep inside, yeah. Blaze, our bartender, asked me one day, like, Chef, how much chicken do you think you go through? I'm like, too much chicken. I have my hands in chicken so many times. And this is just the first part. The fun part is when you start smoking. And voila. Yelly, let's truss. Trussing is important because when you put it on the rotisserie, you want it to keep that shape, keep that firm. All right, let's go. Hold on. Last one. Yeah, let's go. You see, you're better at bondage than I am.
Oh, shit!
You got it, you got it, you got it. I'm blaming the gloves. She has on a small, I have an extra large.
It's the gloves.
So right now, it marinates for 24 hours, and then we put it on our smoker.
Our jerk chicken takes a couple days to make. We start off by dry brining, and then we cold smoke to get that smoky flavor.
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
We smoke in the back of the restaurant. This is like a narrow little alleyway. Definitely not the most ideal place, but you know, it gets done. And to do that, we need a little bit of kindling.
Go on, Craig, you still got it, you still got it.
I used to be fast at one point.
Ooh!
I'm chopping wood in Jordan 1 breads.
The placement of the wood is important. You want to get some of the larger ones on the base.
So we're cold smoking this in the in this smoker because we want to finish the cooking on the rotisserie to keep it as juicy as possible.
Yeah. So normally you have chicken coming off the grill sometimes, it's like, especially like the breast part is very, very trashy and dry. This helps
I haven't had
give
jerk
you
chicken.
the best of every world, to be honest. Nice and space.
Sounds
smoke
good
goes
though.
around. You close this baby up.
That's
how
so
you get
many.
the best chicken in town. Because we're smoking chicken, we try to smoke pork belly same time. For our yakisoba dish.
I have a new idea that I want to test out at Mignonette, so
sweet.
Save me one of these pork bellies. I'm gonna check this one.
All right. And as you've seen earlier, I'm very good at this part. Rub down the baby, rub her down.
So I'm thinking about a new dish. So I'm gonna smoke this pork belly almost like a Texas style brisket. So I'm mixing up some Chinese hot mustard. This is my first time doing this. I'm not too sure if this is gonna be working out, but this is just testing.
And again, just like with the chicken, you want to put space in between it. You do not want to put the fat part down. You want to put it on the meat because the fat renders down. You don't want to lose all that fat because that fat is good, man. When it comes on to like the winter time, like out here is this ice is all over the place. There's sometimes it's snowing, sometimes it's rain, sometimes it's hail. It's cool, man. It's cool. Yeah, but Canada is nice, man. Canada is really, really nice. And we're doing some really good thing out here, man. Yeah. All right,
cool.
Oxtail,
let's do it.
Watch your back, watch your back.
Next big task that we have for the day is oxtail. Sometimes they come chopped up, but sometimes they come in whole like this. Now we gotta just deal with them. So I'm just cutting at the joints to separate the oxtail and get into manageable pieces. We couldn't be a Jamaican Chinese restaurant without serving oxtail.
Calm down, man.
How do you think I get my stress out?
Oh my God.
See, I don't yell in the kitchen.
Okay.
I take action in the kitchen.
All right.
For me, when I eat oxtail, I like big chunks like this.
You want to have a big piece of oxtail in your fork, man. A good oxtail, a Caribbean person will take off your hand, man. If you mess up oxtail, you're like, what the hell are you doing? Most like shocks that you go in it. It's a big cleaver, you go, just like what he's doing.
The way we do our oxtail is we start by caramelizing, and we do that in the deep fryer. Not so typical in traditional oxtail, but it really differentiates ours. If I showed my aunts and uncles that I'm browning oxtail in a deep fryer, they would, who knows what they would do to me.
When I first saw him deep frying oxtail, they were like, what are you doing? This is not oxtail, this is not oxtail. But then the flavors came out perfectly.
This is exactly what we're looking for. That deep caramelization.
So then I started the sauce for the oxtail. So we split off our onions. So you want
Oh my
to get
God,
them nice
that
and translucent.
is gigantic.
And this is now the real flavor of oxtail. This is where the real love comes into the dish. Because if this is not done well, everything else
Oxtail's
that we
good.
did
Very
makes no sense
delicious.
early on.
So caramelizing ketchup is almost like napalm. It just sticks everywhere. But Yelena has developed this technique to get around it.
Any part of exposed flesh will get burned by ketchup. It'll get you.
Next up goes oyster sauce. It's that familiar flavor you'll get in Chinese cuisine, and some soy sauce. Last thing we're adding is some browning. Browning is that caramel that you'll find in Coca-Cola. It's the thing that gives oxtail its signature slight bitterness.
Browning you find in every Jamaican kitchen. I think this dish merges both cuisines the best, right?
Absolutely.
You have the Chinese influence, but still with the Jamaican flavors. This is what patwa is. Yin and yang, right?
So now we're about to bring it up to a simmer, and then it gets poured over to the oxtail and into the oven for 3 hours. Jamaican Chinese food was taught to me by my grandmother. We go back 3 generations to Jamaica, and she was cooking Jamaican food with Chinese ingredients, and she's cooking Chinese food with Jamaican ingredients. It's been 3 hours in the oven. That's what oxtail is to us. Soft, tender, brown. You can't have oxtail without rice and peas, and we're actually playing it up with spinner dumplings as well. It's a very simple flour water dumpling. Fusion for the sake of it is definitely not something that I'm into, but with a mixed background the way that I have, it's just a natural progression for me to experiment and play with both sides of the cultures and the cuisine.
Yeah. You can see they're still raw. The texture has changed slightly. You can smell it. Oh, yeah, this is what you're looking for.
When I first decided to do jerk chicken, I knew I wanted to do it on a rotisserie rather than on a grill. But at the same time, I wanted to make sure I kept the respect for the dish, and the smoke lends a huge amount of flavor.
Jerk chicken, jerk pork, all smoke. Let's go. Okay guys, it's after 4, let's start getting ready for service, okay? The jerk chicken, we try to do it as close as possible time because it makes no sense to do all that hard work and you have chicken sitting down, you want it to be fresh and nice and juicy. I get all up in the chicken. Yeah. That's the way we like it. That's the way we like it here. Rub on some more.
Oh my God.
It gives you that nice crunch and it gives you that nice heat. And you get. That's what jerk chicken is about. Sometimes we don't even get by the bones. So. How about our jerk chicken is on? So now it's pork belly. So we want to go for 8 ounces. Very generous with salt. And then again, you hit with some more jerk paste. And this is not like any jerk pork you have ever had in Jamaica, to be honest.
One of the things that I'm doing right now that's keeping me busy is our
Why
new
is my
restaurant,
allergies
Mignonette.
acting
It's
up?
menu testing time, it's the exciting time, and I have this idea for a new dish. It's really loosely based off of a siumai, Chinese shrimp and pork dumpling, and I smoked a little bit of pork belly as well. So we're upstairs at
Let's make
Mignonette,
these our last
and
few,
we've accomplished with big
something.
jobs for mise en place at Patois, and here we get to play around and do some new dishes.
Wait, the ones
So then I
currently in
took
queue or
pork
this one in
Yeah.
particular?
and, smoked
ones
it
in queue.
Texas brisket style, and
Okay.
just put a little bit of salt, some pepper on there.
Yes, look
There's
good.
that crust still because of that barbecue paper. In theory,
Sounds good to
this
me.
is gonna taste good.
Trust your chef.
Yes.
Mhm.
Dripping. So juicy. The cut of the pork could be a little bit better, but what we did to it was really good. All right, so I'm gonna make a mayonnaise, but the base of it is actually gonna be shiro miso and crab, and it's gonna give us a really intense umami flavor. It's good, eh? So my deal with this was Ritz cracker, super simple. So we got some of this mayo right on, a piece of that pork on there, and let's get some of the ikura. It just works together in my head. This is an actual test, first time.
Cheers.
Cheers. It doesn't taste the way that I actually imagined it, but in some ways,
It tastes delicious.
Tastes
but
delicious.
It's a bit heavy.
It
in
is.
all honesty.
Yeah. Well, it was inspired by a siumai, but it doesn't taste like a siumai to me at all.
Because there's no shrimp on it. Right?
Exactly. We had that crab and stuff, but I mean, it's a very loose interpretation. Yeah, we'd have to think it over. All right, man, that was fun.
Perfect, chef.
I gotta head back down. Take care of service.
Thank you so much.
See ya. All right, guys, picking up 1 yakisoba. What makes this dish so unique is that we actually put oxtail gravy as the base of the sauce. And we start with a lot of cabbage, broccoli. Yakisoba is traditionally like a wok stir-fried ramen noodle. And we wanted to do a different take on it. Here's our yakisoba sauce.
So this is our pork belly for yakisoba.
Finish it off with a bit of jerk lays. That's our jerk pork
That looks
yakisoba.
yummy, yeah?
Now we're plating our juicy jerk chicken. And you see, because of the rotisserie, you see how the juices are running out. Chicken breast is nice and moist, beautiful. And finish it with some cilantro. Double jerk with a magpie, oxtail with a slaw. Connor, what you working right now? Yeah, I'm going. It gets chaotic sometimes, you know? You know what I mean? We don't have a lot of space, and then we have a lot of persons on the line. Yeah, so this is our dirty fried rice. So we have our ground pork, we have our Chinese sausages, we have our homemade dirty spice. The chickens, 2 chickens.
So you can get our jerk chicken in 2 ways. Right off the rotisserie, or you can get it in a jerk chicken chow mein. Shiitake mushroom. Jerk chicken and chow mein are a natural match. Jerk paste, you know, there's the spice of the jerk chicken, and there's the saucy, crispy noodles in the chow mein. Shaoxing wine. Part of me is a storyteller. I really wanted to show some of my heritage. This is bok choy. Next up is jerk chicken meat. Jamaican, Chinese, it's a very unique one. And we finish with bean sprouts. Noodles go on the plate, and we pull it straight from the wok. I don't think a lot of people have seen
Oh,
that,
that's
so of
crispy.
course it's really important for me to show a bit of my heritage in the food that we're
I
feeding people
love
with.
crispy noodles.
Table 32.
I wanna bite
Oxtail
that.
with slaw. Thank you. So we have 1 fry, 1 jerk, and a dirty rice.
It's like Snickers,
I'm
but
going,
it's
guys, I'm
actually
going.
crispy noodles.
Here you go. 302. You want an next patty?
I'll take that patty.
Okay, go. There you go. Give me a hot sauce, please. All right, there you go. Double jerk. 304. Yeah.
That made
Just had
no
a bit of a rush.
sense.
It was pretty intense. Everyone coming in all together, but you know, it's the thing that we enjoy the most.
All right, so now we're coming to almost the close of service. We have the last couple of tables left to come in. So we're just gonna put up some more chicken just for those guys, and
Oh,
then
all of that
tonight, okay?
food looks so
Yeah, go
yummy. Hop.
So I only have.
So today we're making a plant-based brownie, which also happens to be gluten-free. It's going to be a rich, chocolatey, fudgy type of brownie.
It's a really moist brownie.
We've already made a rich as brownie.
You're trying to beat my brownie? It is pretty fudgy.
Kind of a secret ingredient to this brownie is using sweet potatoes.
Try and make a brownie with sweet potatoes?
It's different. When I first developed this recipe, it was first developed with chickpeas. But I found that when we switched to using sweet potatoes, it gave a better texture and a little bit better flavor. We do have a recipe for icing that we're gonna put on these brownies. Is a brownie a cake at that point with icing? No, it's your call. You can call it a cake if you want. But there's a couple of things you need to do before you get to making the brownie. First, you have to bake the sweet potato. That's gonna take about an hour. The second step is you need to melt some chocolate with your fat. Then you have to make what we call a flax egg, and this acts as a binder for the brownie. Let's do it. So we got our flax meal. We're gonna add hot water. So we're gonna mix this up, then we're gonna set it aside and let it hang out for
Oh, yeah.
about 5
Never
minutes.
bake a potato
Already
when you're
starting
hungry.
to goop up. All right, set it
Why?
aside.
Because it
Go on to the
takes
next
so
step.
long.
So we're gonna peel the sweet potato. Sure,
It's
you
like, I
can
want
leave
it
the skin
now.
on,
It
but
bites
might
into a
add little
somewhat
bit,
raw potato.
Different texture
Ugh.
than what you want in that creamy fudgy brownie. So this is the chocolate and the fat that's been melting back there, and dark brown muscovado sugar. Muscovado is the deepest, richest flavor. Now we're gonna put our ingredients.
All of
in the
these
food
sound like
processor,
crazy
give them a quick
ingredients.
blend. Super easy. It comes together very, very quickly.
What's healthy for you? this brownie. I'm pretty sure this brownie isn't good for you.
Scrape down. Make sure we got all the ingredients down there. Time to add the dry ingredients. Just gonna dump it all in. Cassava flour, cocoa powder, salt, baking soda.
It's a brownie. Why would it be good for you?
Scrape down, make sure everything gets incorporated. That's it. Check this out. Now it's time to put it into a pan and bake it off. Simple, right? Fast. Brownie batter.
It's literally just carbs.
.350-degree oven, 40 to 45 minutes. It's hard to overbake this one too, so. The thing about this brownie, it doesn't dry out like a normal brownie. It stays nice and soft and chewy. Bake the brownie, let it cool completely, and then you can put some icing on it. You can cut them right away, but it's better to let this icing kind of settle.
Looks yummy.
It is pretty fudgy. These are small pieces, bite-sized brownies. Oh, they're creamy. It's a really moist brownie.
Oh, that's pretty good.
All right, there you have it. There's my plant-based brownie, which also happens to be gluten-free, made with purple sweet potatoes. Check it out. Give it a whirl.
Seems like it would taste good, but there's a bunch of ingredients there that people don't normally have in their kitchen. Good night, Rock. Oh, you see that, Addie?
Which part?
It's so fluffy.
Oh, there it is. I saw it through the stream delay. I've heard this song before.
Yeah, you probably heard it a million times. Which one are they using? The white or the yellow? Looks like the white. What even is Flax Global?
Isn't that the plants that you could eat the seeds too?
I don't know.
Like flaxseed, I sometimes put on stuff I eat.
Egg.
Pink.
You guys, why do you want eggs? Go to the store, you'll find eggs.
Buffy.
I want to like throw it at someone.
Immediately looks at Eddie.
Hmm?
I
Sorry,
just.
I was distracted.
Or wants to throw something at someone. It looks at Eddie immediately.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No throw. Only pat.
Hmm?
Hit me instead.
I like how they're using like an ice cream scooper.
Ow!
What?
How dare you?
What?
Help Dora under attack!
What?
Banana.
Cat's throwing stuff at me.
Like with the last VRC day we didn't. Everything was hitting Yulin.
Oh. These look so delicate. They look so slappable. I want to throw them at people.
You looked right at me again.
I don't know what you're talking
Cord just
about.
wants to throw things at me. That's what I've learned today.
They look so
you did just have the
soft.
throwing system. You could throw trees at Eddie.
Fluffy cheese?
Ken, I will happily accept cheese thrown at me.
It's just me. These strawberries look like extra red.
They do.
They are very red.
The power of the music.
Ow.
Or Sen. Wing attack.
Cap D.
Bull.
Just
Peach.
Oh, this is to get the skin off.
Yes. Shock it.
Shock it. Slaps car. You could slap this so many times. Are they stuffing it? What are they stuffing it with? What? What's going into it?
Let's see.
Some sort of jelly? So many. 3 of those are like a whole stack of pancakes.
No subtitles available. Now I'll never know.
Oh, they just put a whole peach there?
Ooh.
What's that? More peach? Oh, guys, what do you think that is?
Oh. That's like the hollowed out part of the peach?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Wait, guys, haven't we watched this video before?
I don't know.
It's honestly a possibility.
What do you have on the same channel?
Or maybe it's like that thing with the hot dog shop where it was 2 different videos of the same shop.
One of those Mandela effects, although it was actually different.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Look, it's spilling its guts.
Ouch.
So squishy.
Fluffy.
I just want to smack one with my hand. Just.
I want to put my face on it. Oh. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
They just roll.
Wobble, wobble. Look at how jiggly they are.
My pancakes don't jiggle, jiggle, they roll.
They roll.
I could do it faster.
It's not about the speed of the rolls, Zenreal. It's about the quality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid you just can't match. You just can't match the quality of a VR roll.
No, my mouse isn't that long. I can't spin that swing.
Oh my god. It's a pancake sandwich!
Oh my goodness.
They're already double fluffed. And they're even double fluffening them up.
I don't know. I'd put a hamburger patty between those.
Alright, maybe not a hamburger, but definitely a sausage patty.
You know what I had at the fair once, guys? I had a...
Deep fried something?
I had a hamburger, but instead of buns, they were donuts.
I want to have that so bad.
I've had that before too, yeah.
I want
so sticky,
it
though.
so bad.
Yeah, it was a bit messy. It's like...
Give it to me.
It's like... epitome of carbs, but it's like... It's just like one little thing. You're not really gonna...
You don't go to the fair to eat healthy.
Yeah, you know, and you're just like... You're not gonna be like... eating that every day, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Have you had deep fried butter?
No. That doesn't sound all that tasty to me. I've had deep fried Oreo both up before though, and maybe ice cream.
Deep fried butter is actually really delicious, because it's not just deep fried butter. It's
I'm just
literally
thinking grab a stick of butter, bread it, and then dunk it in oil.
it's like these little balls of butter with batter on the outside, so they're like actually like delicious.
Oh.
It's like it's literally like, I'm pretty sure if you like ate a candy bar, it's the same fucking healthiness. I don't know. I think
Even
people.
if this was a repeat, it was worth it.
I don't know. I think people freak
Okay,
out about
I
like
see.
deep fried butter, but it's like not. It's like it's just butter.
From what I'm reading,
It's
from
just
what
butter.
I'm reading,
and-
it's pretty much like butter breaded or bread buttered from the inside.
It's
I'd
literally
ask you
just
that video.
It's literally just bread and batter. It's like what there's. I don't understand why people think it's like so unhealthy. It's like it's just junk food. Yes, it's unhealthy, but it's junk food. It's not like
Junk food's unhealthy?
It's not like especially more like unhealthy than any other candy you would eat. I don't think.
Yeah.
Junk food isn't unhealthy. Yeah, Ross?
Spin the bird.
Is that it, Ross? That's all you got for us? Junk food isn't unhealthy. If I leave my hand on your head and you spin, is that automatic head pass? Maybe. What do you think, Addy?
A little off center, but
Isn't there the actual existing machine, the automatic pet petter? Where it's just a hand that's floating there?
Octo pet. Or if you just leave your hand out to like a cat or dog and they just come and rub up against it, is that an auto pat?
Oh, it kinda is. It's one of those prank boxes.
Kicked my desk.
Don't do that.
Fine. It's just my tracker that took the blow. It's fine.
Alright, good night, nerds.
Actually, maybe it's not fine. My tracker didn't turn off. Oh, they're dead. They're all dead. That's why. I forgot to plug them back in.
Okay. Just kicking it was enough to say, yep, I'm done.
Boop.
Ah!
Alright. 1, 2. I have to recalibrate.